ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை. கோ ஹெட். கனெக்ட் ஆகி. தேங்க்யூ. ஓகே 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 ஓகே. இந்த கைதியெல்லாம் உள்ள உட்கார வச்சு அதான்
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We are excited to have you at today's conference. This will be an opportunity for us to learn from each other and grow together. Life science is at the forefront of innovation and discovery, with new breakthroughs and technology emerging every day. Throughout this conference, we will be the opportunity to engage with leading experts, participate in insightful discussions, and learn from cutting-edge research. As we embark on this exciting journey of exploration and discovery, let us embrace the challenges ahead with enthusiasm, curiosity, and shared commitment to excellence. Together, we can make a difference and shape the future of life science for generations to come. I wish you all productive and inspiring conference experience. Let's the journey begin. Now, I invite my friend Saran.
வணக்கம். அனைத்து மதிப்பிற்குரிய விருந்தினர்களுக்கும், அறிஞர்களுக்கும், நண்பர்களுக்கும் இதயம் கனிந்த வரவேற்பு. இன்றைய இந்த மாநாட்டிற்கு எங்களை சிறப்பித்து வருகை தந்தமைக்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றிகள். திருவள்ளுவர் அவர்களின் காவியமான வரிகளை நினைத்து பார்க்கும்போது, விருந்தோம்பல் என்பது செல்வத்திற்கு ஒப்பானது மற்றும் இனிய உரை யாது கேளினும் என்ற வரிகள் நம் மனதில் நிழலாட தோன்றுகிறது. அதாவது, விருந்தோம்பல் என்பது செல்வத்திற்கு என்றும், இனிய உரையை கேட்பது அறிவை வளர்க்கும் என்று பொருள்படும். இந்த மாநாட்டின் மூலம் அறிஞர்களின் கருத்துக்களை பகிர்ந்து கொள்வதன் மூலமும், புதிய சிந்தனைகளை உருவாக்குவதன் மூலமும் நம் அனைவரின் அறிவையும் வளர்த்து கொள்வோம். வாருங்கள், இந்த அறிவியல் விருந்தில் அனைவரும் கலந்து கொள்வோம். உலகின் மூத்த மொழியாக இருந்தும் இன்றளவும் இளமை குன்றாமல் இருக்கிறாள். தமிழ் மொழியின் வளம் பெருகுகின்றதே தவிர குறையவில்லை. அப்படிப்பட்ட தமிழே, தமிழாகிய பெண்ணே, தாயே, உன்னை வணங்கி தமிழ்த்தாய் வாழ்த்து பாட எங்கள் குழுவினரை நான் வரவேற்கிறேன்.
Now, I request everyone to rise for Tamil Thai Valthu and Kesar Anthem.
நீராறும் கடலொடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெளிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிது தெக்கணமும்
அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடர்கள் திருநாடும்
பிறை நுதலும் தரிதரும் திலக வாசனை
அனைத்துலகும் இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
What is said is not important.
Shall we continue or what shall we do?
Shall we continue? Well, shall we skip?
We shall continue the program. It's better. Velu, go ahead.
வேலை கண்டினியூ பண்ணிக்கலாம், அதை விட்டுருங்க. எஸ், is it audible? நம்ம இது ஆன்ல இருக்கு. வேலு,
பிறந்தோம் இங்கே வளர்ந்தோம் எங்கள் முகவரி அணியின் தூய்மைக்கு நிகராக வீட்டுக்கும் சுற்றத்திற்கும் வழங்கிடும் ஞானம் வழங்கிய போதிவரம் கல்வியின் கலங்கரை விளக்கே காலம் போகும் பேசா காலம் போகும் பேசா
ஏலே இமயமலை எங்க ஊரு சாமி மலை.
What is said is not as important as what we feel, what we hear, and what we feel. That's why we make an effort to make this conference in setting where the still small voice of spirit can clearly heard, felt, and understood. Teaching is a profession that teach all the other profession. So I am honored to welcome our head of the department, Dr. M. Aarti sir, to welcome this gathering.
Good morning, everyone. With the blessings of our founder chairman, Lion Dr. K.S. Rangasamy sir, MJF, I welcome you all for this DST SERB sponsored 2-day international conference on empowering rural communities, integrating bioenergy and sustainable waste management for socio-economic growth. First of all, I welcome our beloved principal, Dr. V. Radhakrishnan sir. Welcome you, sir. I welcome our chief guest, Dr. Parthipa Karthikeyan Obulisamy. I welcome you, sir. I welcome our vice principal, Dr. M. Prasanna Rajesh Kumar, sir. Welcome, sir. I welcome our convener of this program, Dr. R. Karthika ma'am. Co-convener, Dr. S. Bhubalan, sir. The faculty members of Biotechnology Department, the faculty members from various departments and various colleges. I welcome you all. I welcome the student participants from our institution as well as other institutions. At last, I welcome the Almighty for this program. Thank you.
Dr. Aarti, thank you so much for inviting us. I think I have got another appointment. The CEO has called me for an urgent meeting. Thank you very much for the invite. I think this takeaway and the inputs given by the valuable resource person will be really, really good for the participants. I welcome all the resource person on behalf of KSR Education Institutions, and in particular the KSR College of Arts and Science for Autonomous. Thank you very much, sirs and madam, for being with us. And I'm sure your inputs will be really helpful for the students, because Indian economy, not only Indian economy, the world economy depends on sustainability and also turning towards new ways. We have to save our earth, and this is one great initiative taken by the Department of Biotechnology to go forward. I congratulate and I wish the organizers all success. Thank you and good day.
Information.
Thank you, sir. Information is not a knowledge. The only source of knowledge is experience. You need experience to gain wisdom. Now I request respected Dr. V. M. Prasanna Rajesh Kumar, Vice Principal, sir, to present the inaugural address.
With the blessings of Lion Dr. K.S. Rangasamy MJF, we have inaugurated this conference. Respected Dr. Akila Muthuramalingam, CEO KSRA, our Honorable Chairman Thiru R. Srinivasan sir, Vice Chairman Thiru Sachin Srinivasan sir, our beloved Principal Dr. V. Radhakrishnan sir, distinguished speaker, heads, faculty, students and participants of our college and also other colleges. It's my pleasure and honor to inaugurate this today in an international conference on empowering rural communities, integrating bioenergy and sustainable waste management for socio-economic growth. This gathering marks a significant step towards addressing some of the most pressing challenges facing our rural communities and fostering sustainable development. In our pursuit of progress, it is imperative that we prioritize the upliftment of rural areas. Today, we gather here to explore innovative solutions, sharing knowledge, and collaborate on empowering our rural communities through the integration of bioenergy and sustainable waste management practices. Our rural communities, often the backbone of our nations, face numerous challenges such as energy, poverty, environmental degradation, and limited economic opportunities. It is our responsibility to find comprehensive and sustainable solutions that not only address the challenges but also contribute to the overall socio-economic growth of these regions. Bioenergy derived from organic material presents a promising avenue for providing clean, renewable to rural areas. By harnessing the power of biomass, biogas, and other organic sources, we can ensure a reliable and sustainable energy supply for our rural communities. This in turn has potential to stimulate economic activities, enhance agriculture productivity, and improve overall quality of life for those residing in these areas. Equally crucial is the need for effective waste management strategies. Rural areas are often grapple with the detrimental impacts of improper waste disposal. By adopting sustainable waste management practices, we can mitigate environmental pollution, preserve natural resources, and create an opportunity for waste to energy projects. This not only addresses the waste crisis but also contributes to the creation of a circular economy that enhances the socio-economic fabric of rural communities. Over the next 2 days, this conference will serve as a platform for experts, academicians, researchers, and budding scientists to exchange ideas, discuss best practices, and form collaborative partnerships. The diverse perspectives gathered here will contribute to the development of new strategies that can be implemented in various contexts, ensuring a meaningful impact on rural community worldwide. Let us seize this opportunity to inspire change, foster innovation, and work collectively towards empowering our rural communities. I am confident that the insights gained from this conference will guide us in creating a more sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous future to all. Together, we integrate bioenergy and sustainable waste management practices to catalyze socio-economic rural communities. Thank you, and may this conference be a catalyst for a positive transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Tell
Thank you,
me,
Ma. Thank
and I
you.
forgot.
Teach me and I remember. Involve me and I learn. Now I invite Dr. S. Bhubalan sir, co-convener, Assistant Professor, Department of Biotechnology, about this conference to highlight this moment.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, colleagues, and my dear participants. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you today to provide an overview of the DST SERB sponsored 2 days international conference on empowering rural community, integrating bioenergy and sustainable waste management for socio-economic growth, ERC 2024. The primary objective of this conference is to address the pressing issues surrounding rural development, bioenergy utilization, biogas pretreatment, microbial fuel cell for sustainable energy, synthetic biology, nanotechnology in waste water management, bioleaching, phytoremediation, and sustainable waste management practices. By focusing on this critical area, we aim to explore innovative solutions that can contribute to the socio-economic growth and well-being of rural communities. This conference serves as a platform for collaboration, knowledge exchange, and development of sustainable approach to empower rural area. We honored to have a lineup distinguished speakers and presenters who will share their knowledge, research findings, and insights during the technical sessions. Our esteemed guests includes Dr. Parthipa Karthikeyan Obliswamy, Dr. Helen Kere, Dr. Nidia S. Kodona, Dr. P. Shankar Ganesh, among others. Their contributions will enrich our discussions and provide valuable perspectives on the conference themes. To ensure inclusivity and accessibility, the conference will be conducted in hybrid mode, allowing participants to engage either in person at the KSREI or virtually via YouTube Live. This hybrid approach enables a diverse audience from around the world to join us in exploring the latest advancement and solutions in rural empowerment. As we gather here today, I wish each of you to actively participate, share your prescriptions, and collaborate with fellow attendee to drive meaningful change in rural community. Let us leverage this platform to exchange idea, foster partnerships, and collectively work together a more sustainable and successful future for all. In conclusion, the ERC 2024 conference presents a unique opportunity to engage in discussion, learn from experts, and contribute to the advancement of rural development initiatives. I encourage you to make the most of the conference by actively participating, networking with peers, and exploring innovative solutions that can empower rural communities worldwide. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to fruitful discussions and collaborations during this conference. Together, let us make a positive impact on rural community through bioenergy integration and sustainable waste management practices. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your effective words. Now I call upon my friend Priyadarshini to introduce today's guest speaker.
Dr. Parthiba Karthikeyan Obliswamy is currently working as Research Assistant Professor at Sino Forest Applied Research Center for Pearl River Delta Environment, Department of Biology, Hong Kong Baptist University, Hong Kong. He earned his PhD in Environmental Science from Anna University, Chennai, and postdoctoral fellow degree at National University of Singapore. He began his career as Research Assistant Professor for Project, Junior Project Associate, and Senior Project Associate at Anna University, Chennai. He has supervised 2 PhD scholars and 6 master students. His area of research interests are management of solid waste and industrial wastewater for developing countries, environmental impact assessment for renewable energy project, bioproduct development, industrial gases, and energy storage. He has published 2 books, 4 book chapters, and 33 research articles. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Just a request to all the participants to kindly put their questions as messages so that we can take up them for discussion at the end of the session. Welcome, sir. A request, sir, to kindly restrict your talk to 55 minutes so that at the end of the session we can have 5 minutes for discussion. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for the nice introduction and good words. I'm just trying to share my screen. Let me know whether you can see my screen or not.
Sir, yes, sir. Your screen is visible now, sir. You can. Yes, sir.
Can you see mine? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. It's clear now, sir.
Yeah. Before introduce the topic of my presentation today, I would like to thank the organizer, especially Dr. Bhupalan and Dr. Kartika for inviting me and having me here in front of you. And my sincere thanks goes to KSR College for having me and hosting this wonderful event for today and tomorrow. I'm happy to be part of this event. And also, I'm from Salem, so Tiruchengode is not that far for me. It's also giving me a pleasure to talk to people who are in local. So I'm also local. I born and brought up in Salem. I didn't get a chance to go to KSR, but I know a few of my friends were doing their bachelor's and master's in KSR. So I have a lot of friends. I'm sure the KSR College of Engineering and Technology is doing a great job and producing a lot of interesting researchers and engineers who are working all around the world. And my great thanks to the KSR team and the management team and the professors. Everyone was really good and contributing a lot to the society, and my real appreciation goes to every one of you. So today, I know that this topic is of really interest, not only in India or in rural areas, but it's also all over the world. Trust me, I traveled a lot. I worked in Australia, Singapore, Hong Kong. Now I'm in US. I traveled all around the world, and everywhere, wherever I go, the research that we do in India or we learned a lot in India are really appreciated and encouraged by most of the researchers. And also I would say we are pioneering in number of areas, including the green energy productions. So we are doing good things, right things in the right way. So if we put that in action, so we will be far better than any developing country. So by saying that, my PhD was on waste management. So my PhD and master's projects were on waste management, where I worked in CLRI, Central Leather Research Institute, and Anna University for my PhD. So in both the institutions, my research was mainly focusing on how to manage the waste, how to get the energy out of the waste. So we were trying to work on different aspects and trying to understand the fundamentals and the mechanisms behind waste to energy. Of course, the waste to energy by biological methods is not something new. So we were in India, where India was the first country where the anaerobic digesters were tested and demonstrated and implemented. And even if you go to any rural area, you can find the biogas plants wherever they have a lot of cows. They definitely have the biogas plants. So it is not something new to our country or to our society or to our rural economy to boost the rural economy. But over the time, I think we missed that. We didn't really realize that they are contributing to the rural economy. Now, these days, recent days, we don't have so much of biogas plants in our rural areas. So, these rural area biogas plants are called decentralized plants because they are very small. They can't generate a lot of electricity, but it can generate some biogas that can be used for cooking or can be used for heating or any other local use. So they are small. That's why they are called decentralized systems. So, but the Western countries and developing countries, they were moving to centralized system where they have a big biogas plants and they generate a lot of biogas and they can use that for electricity productions. But trust me, to be honest, centralized facilities are good for some locations like major cities, but not for rural areas. For rural areas, definitely the decentralized small scale reactors and bioreactors and fermenters are really good. Only thing is we need to know how to make use of the end products, mainly the biogas and fertilizers that's coming out of the anaerobic digesters. So we know that we have a very good platform on anaerobic digestion. So anaerobic digestion is nothing but the waste is degraded in anaerobic condition where there is no oxygen. So during the degradation process, there will be different gases produced, and mainly the methane will be the maximum concentration in the biogas, like 50 to 60%, and there will be a lot of CO2. So that's the typical anaerobic digesters or anaerobic digestion process works, and there are a number of bacteria and archaea work together collectively in anaerobic digesters. So we are in a stage, or the entire world is moving to the next stage of fermentation or waste to energy production, that is hydrogen production. So that's the topic for my presentation today. So this is hydrogen production is also not new. It's also part of anaerobic digestion. When the anaerobic digestion process proceeds, hydrogen produced first, and CO2 hydrogen mixed together will be used by archaea to produce methane. So the hydrogen is produced in the early stage of anaerobic digestion. So we are trying to understand how we can capitalize that hydrogen from the anaerobic digesters. So as I said before, we have the infrastructures for anaerobic digestion. So only thing which we need to understand how to capture this hydrogen and make use of this hydrogen to boost our rural economy as hydrogen economy. I know that there are a lot of incentives and a lot of projects and funding is provided by central government for boosting hydrogen economy. Same in United States. The United States government is funding a lot of money on two things. One is hydrogen economy, promoting hydrogen economy. Another one is promoting the electrification by developing EV batteries. So these are the major focus in the United States, and I know that India also focusing on these two aspects. So we more or less we are also following the same footsteps of United States. So I thought this topic would be more apt for this conference, and also I wanted to ignite you young minds who are sitting there and listening this presentation to understand what is the future and think about the future and work towards future and learn something to go with the future so that you will be in a better position. So just wanted to give a brief introduction about my topic of interest, why I took the food waste. We know that the food waste is very simple, biodegradable, organic material. So that can be found anywhere, everywhere, wherever you go. So in United States, the food waste generation is the biggest problem. At least 20 to 30% of the waste that's going to the landfills. Landfills are nothing but the waste are collected from different places and put it in a place where just the lands are excavated and loaded and packed. So I think it's very common, even in India or in Tamil Nadu. If you go, if you can see a lot of the waste placed in open spaces and dumped in a ground, right? So in United States, they have some engineering structures with liners to protect the groundwater contaminations and the covers to protect any greenhouse gas emissions. So the landfills are engineered concrete structure, like a tank, big tank. They put all the waste inside and they close it and seal it and leave it for 30 to 100 years. So the landfills is filled with a lot of organic waste and inorganic waste. Inorganic waste will not degrade. So the organic waste will degrade and produce a lot of methane and other gases. So they collect that gases and use that as an energy source. So these red dots and green dots, you can see this is the United States map of United States. So you can see there are lots and lots of waste dumping yards or landfills are located in United States. Bigger the bubble, bigger the size. So the in United States, the waste management is just through landfilling. So they collect the waste, they put it in a landfill. They don't do anything. So if you count the numbers of landfill in the United States, it's more than 2,600 landfills is operated, and it's receiving more than 50% of the waste that is generated by the entire population. And there are few facilities that's having composting and anaerobic digestion, but it's not full-fledged. So the biggest problem is the landfills are one of the largest greenhouse gas emitters. If you don't capture and collect the methane, all the gases are going to the atmosphere. It's going to increase the global warming. So this is one of the biggest problem that United States are facing right now. So they wanted to get rid of the waste which is going to landfill, is mainly the biodegradable waste like food waste. So they are trying to see how they can make use of the existing anaerobic digesters within the United States. So there are a number of wastewater treatment plants. They do have some anaerobic digesters, and there are some on-farm digesters where the poultry or the animal farms, they do have some small-scale digesters, like as we have it in rural India. And also there are some food waste digesters, but it's not that good as what we have in India. So even though they have number of anaerobic digesters, they are very small. They were not able to treat enough of food waste that are generated in the United States. So only option now is the United States looking for moving towards producing hydrogen from the food waste and methane from the food waste in a two-step process. So this is the typical anaerobic digestion process. If you can see, the hydrogen and CO2 is produced where the hydrolysis step is happening. Hydrolysis is nothing but the food waste. When I'm sure you might have all seen this one. When you put the food waste in your dustbin, next day you can see some liquid which is coming out from the food waste and it smells bad. So that's that process. The hydrolysis process is a quick process where the solids are degraded and produce some liquid. So that's why it's called hydrolysis. So then the water leaked from the food waste will have a lot of organics, but during that process, it will produce some hydrogen and CO2. So rest of them, the liquid will have most of organics that goes to the anaerobic phase if you don't touch it for 20-30 days. So you will get more of biogas. So we are trying to see how we can harvest this hydrogen and use that as hydrogen fuel. So why hydrogen fuel? Why whole world is talking about hydrogen economy or hydrogen fuel? It's very simple, because the current fossil fuels, fossil-based oils, like whatever the oil that we are using for running the car or burning and producing electricity, or are going to depleted in next 50 to 60 years from now. So the resources are depleting. So, and also we know that not many country produces oil. So we have to depend on some other Middle Eastern country to get the oil. So the prices are increasing every day. So they wanted to control that, but at the same time, they know that the resources are depleting and they are not renewable. Renewable and non-renewable, I'm sure you all know that. Renewable means once you, for example, if you cut the tree, you can plant the tree and you can build a forest. But that's a continuous process. If you do it, then it's renewable resource utilization and regeneration.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Sir, Obli, sir. Very better.
Seems there's some technical issue and Oblisami sir has got disconnected. Request you to just wait patiently. We'll try to reconnect him very soon.
Yeah.
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir, you're back, sir.
Yeah, sorry for the inconvenience, but let me know which slide I was disconnected.
So I think yes, sir. This one, sir. This one, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about the inconvenience.
Sir, no problem, sir. No problem.
So I don't know whether it was end of this slide or like in the beginning of this slide.
Yes, sir. This beginning of this slide, sir.
Okay. So moving forward with the hydrogen production from organic waste, why we are thinking about hydrogen production from organic waste is that so the renewable, this is renewable resources recycling, and also it helps to produce clean energy from organic waste. So, and also the hydrogen is very clean fuel that we know, because when you burn hydrogen, it's going to produce water. It won't emit any greenhouse gases like CO2. Then And also use of hydrogen and producing hydrogen from organic resources is definitely going to reduce the dependency for fossil fuels like oil or coal or anything else. So that's the reason why the global leaders are promoting or supporting the hydrogen economy and funding a lot on bringing the hydrogen-based systems all over. Even in India, I think there are a lot of hydrogen-based projects are funded recently. So if you look at the hydrogen demand, by 2030, it's going to be 50 to 18% as compared to as of now. But by 2050, it's going to be like more close to more than 100%, definitely. But if you compare to 2030, it's going to be like 6 times of 2030 demand. So most of the global hydrogen demand or utilization is come from the industrial raw material productions and mainly goes for buildings and industry and distributions. So we know that there is a lot of demand for hydrogen in future. How are we going to meet this demand is a challenge or question for everyone who is listening this presentation. So of course there are some hydrogen production systems and processes exist. As of now, today, whatever the hydrogen that we availed for any use is coming from the simple gas steam reforming method. So they take the natural gas, like they take methane and break the methane and produce hydrogen because it's CH4. It got carbon and hydrogen. When you break methane, it's going to produce some hydrogen. Or ammonia reforming method. So when they have the ammonia, it's NH4. So they're going to split the nitrogen from hydrogen and they produce hydrogen. So these are the methods that are chemical method, and it's very energy intensive and produce a lot of CO2. But it is possible to produce hydrogen through biological method from organic waste. So that's the focus of this topic, and I wanted to also the audience and students to think about how we can make use of this biological method to produce hydrogen and support the hydrogen economy of our country and rural economy. So if you look at the organic waste like food waste or any biodegradable waste, it can produce 40 to 50 kg of hydrogen per ton. So it's a lot of potential, definitely. So why don't we extract and harvest this hydrogen from the organic waste? And it's, as I said, it's very simple. If you put it in a hydrolysis reactors or put it in a sealed containers, within 24 hours, it's going to produce some hydrogen. So it's very quick process and it's very easy process. And definitely it is very economical process as well. So why biological method is better than thermal method? So as we discussed before, biological methods are very simple and straightforward, and you don't need to invest too much or you don't need to spend too much money on building anything. Whereas the thermal method or any other method, you need to heat the gases or any organic material at high temperature. That's going to be energy intensive. At the end of the day, the amount of energy that you input for converting the waste or natural gas into hydrogen will be more or less equal to what you produce as hydrogen. So the energy loss is going to be a lot when we go for any other method. So definitely biological process is more viable and easy to operate. So when you look at the cost of production of hydrogen, biological method looks a little bit higher, but this cost calculation is based on US scenario or European scenario, but it's not going to be applicable to Indian or Asian scenario, because so the manpower cost and the chemical cost is really low when compared to developed countries. So India can make a lot of hydrogen with the low and cheapest and lowest cost compared to any other country. But this is just comparison for you to understand, like there are different methods where we can produce hydrogen. So definitely you can, if you are a chemist with a background of chemistry, and if you wanted to go pyrolysis or water electrolysis, definitely you can test it. I'm not stopping you to test it. So biological methods is good. In some places, the steam reforming or water electrolysis method may be cheaper. So don't take that the biological method should be applied everywhere. So where there is a lot of biological material for processing it, go for biological method. If there is a lot of resources for natural gas, then you can harvest that and go for hydrogen production. So based on the local scenario, choose the right method so that will give you more profit. So coming into the hydrogen production, again, it's a two-stage process. So you can produce hydrogen in the first stage. So there is a liquid that comes out of the hydrolysis process is still holding a lot of energy potential. So when you do two-stage process, definitely you will be maximizing the energy cost and the return of investment. So I would always recommend, if you're setting up the hydrogen production plant, definitely please do have the methane production plant, or do have other high value production plants like biopolymers or medium chain fatty acids for biodiesel productions, or any chemical short chain fatty acids for chemicals. So it's all possible, it's all demonstrated in a pilot scale. So it needs to be translated and applied on field and produced continuously without any interruptions. So it is possible. So definitely I can help if somebody wants to build this kind of systems in rural area. So I'm happy to support anybody who wanted to take initiative. So any method, there will be some drawbacks. So if you look into the hydrogen production, so there are problems that might encounter during the operation stage. So the problems are, if you don't operate the system properly, so the waste hydrolysis will lead to low pH, so which means a lot of acids produced in the process. So that reduce the pH, that will affect the hydrolysis process and hydrogen production. And also when the acids are produced, like volatile fatty acids, there will be a lot of ammonia produced if there is nitrogen, or if you have a lot of proteins in your substrate, that's going to affect the hydrogen production as well. So what we can do, or what we did or experimented in our facility, is that we try to maintain the pH. So for example, pH is very, very important or crucial parameters for any biological systems. It's like our body adapted to some temperatures. All of a sudden, if you're going to cold temperature, your body will react in a different way. Same like bacteria is also a living thing, right? So when it exposed to shock conditions, they will go crazy. They won't perform as good as they were working under optimum conditions. So maintaining the optimum conditions, like providing a proper pH, proper or oxidation reduction potentials, and proper nutrients are important for any biological system, not just for hydrogen production system. If you're a biologist, if you're working with any bacteria, or if you're working with any biological system, providing a proper conditions is the key to success, or way to success, or way to operate it in a better way. And also sometimes the bacteria needs some additional help, like for I talk about the pre-treatment here. Pre-treatment is nothing but, if you put the organic waste as it is as a junk, it's very hard to chew. It's like we cook and eat the food, we don't eat raw food, right? So the reason is that you can't eat the raw food because you can't chew it and you can't digest it properly. So the bacteria also same. So they need to metabolize and eat the products. For that, it needs to be something processed. So if it is processed, they can eat better and faster. So that's why pre-treatment can be anything like cooking the food and feeding the bacteria. So anything, something related to changing the property of the waste or organic material is what we are called that as pre-treatment. Additives is nothing but like a catalyst. So you can add some catalyst so that the bacteria can be happy and act energetically. So the next question is where to get the bacteria. You are saying we can do biological waste to energy conversion, but I don't know where to get the bacteria. So the bacteria is everywhere. You can take soil, you can take compost, or you can go to any anaerobic plant, take some anaerobic sludge, or simply you can use cow dung. Cow dung got a lot of anaerobic bacteria in it. But the problem is you can't directly use those bacteria because, as I said before, it's a hydrolysis process is a tricky process. You need to keep the optimum conditions, and optimum conditions is one thing, and another thing is competitors. So competitors are nothing but they take the same food and compete for the same food as hydrogen producing bacteria, so that the hydrogen producing bacteria will not have enough food to produce enough of hydrogen. So how to get rid of these competitors is simple heat treatment. So take any sludge or bacterial inoculum from anaerobic digesters or from the cow dung. You have to just simply heat it for 15 minutes. Just put it in a beaker and heat it at 80 degrees C, like what we are cooking in a kitchen. Then it's ready. So the bacteria is good for hydrogen production. So this is what we are doing when you heat the sludge or when you heat the mixed bacterial population, you will be selectively getting the hydrogen producing bacteria. So there are a number of options that you can use, but simplest option is heat treatment. But if you have acids, you can use acids. If you can have alkali, you can use alkali, or combination of heat treatment plus alkali, heat treatment plus acids, anything can be used. So this is what we did actually. So what we did, so we know that we wanted to have the food waste. We did a detailed literature review on understanding the food waste that's going to the landfill. So we got this information from from one of the research article. So this article says that this all the food waste which is going to the landfill and their distribution percentage. So based on that, we prepared our own food waste. It's called simulation, because the simulations are really helpful when you optimize something in a lab. But when you go to field, it's not going to be the same, because one day we all know that in India, like at least in Tamil Nadu, we take non-veg on Sunday. So when you go to waste bin on Monday, you will have a lot of meat. But if you go on Tuesday or Wednesday, there will be a lot of vegetables. So the food waste composition is going to change every day from location to location. So it will not be very consistent. So when you wanted to do experiment in lab, you can't use that, because when you use different food waste, the behaviors of bacteria is going to be different and the data is going to be different. So it is very hard for you to compare. So whenever you do in a lab scale experiments, try to understand what's the food waste composition in an average and try to simulate in your lab just by using some rice, bread, and some waste, fruit waste from the kitchen or from the market. Collect it and mix it and store that, freeze that, and whenever you need it, use that, so that you will get a consistent data and optimize. Once you optimized, you can upscale it with the real food waste. So that's what we normally do. So we understand the composition and we simulated the composition in-house, and then we mix all of the food waste and we grind the food waste, because it's like bacteria is like a kid. we have to feed them properly. If you, of course, the bacteria can going to eat all of this even if you throw as it is, but it's going to take months and months. If you wanted to get quick results and if you wanted to get quick hydrogen production, it's better to digest it and grind it so that it'll be easy to chew it. So we use this kind of setups for hydrogen production. So don't think that you also have to use this kind of experimental setups to get hydrogen production. You can just get some small serum bottles, like the bottles that they use or store the medicines. Like when you go to doctors, they take the bottles and take the solutions or the medicines from the bottles using an injection syringe, right? So those kind of sealed bottles can be used. So most of the time I've used those kind of small serum bottles with the sealing. It comes with a cap and the rubber stopper. So it provides a very good system to test these kind of experiments. So you can do number of experiments in small serum bottles. But here we use 1 liter and 500 ml specifically designed system for hydrogen production. And we use 2 different types of inoculum. As I said, like we get this bacteria and heat treat for 80 degrees C. In another type, we just heat treat it plus acid treated. And we provided, in some experiment, we provided some nutrients, and some experiments we didn't provide nutrients. In some experiments, we provided some additives like silica. Some experiments, we didn't provide silica. So the whole idea is to compare and optimize the conditions and understand which one is the best conditions for hydrogen production from food waste. So this is some of the specification of the silica that we have used. So if you see, the most of the experiments was very short. We no need to run for 5 days, but 5 days is a good time for you to just see the real good curve. But usually the hydrogen production stop or cease within 2 to 3 days or less than 2 days. But this is the conditions that we optimized, like the pH we try to maintain 4.5 to 5, and the temperature is room temperature. So it's the best temperature even in rural India, like especially in tropical zones like Tamil Nadu. And so this is the bacteria that we 25% of the reactor volume. For example, if you take 1 liter of bottle, so 25 ml, 250 ml is going to be the bacteria that we feed in, and then we, on top of it, then we add the food waste. And we always monitor the reduction potential or oxidation reduction potential, because if it is more negative, then the anaerobic system or methane production going to start. So this is one of the critical and very sensitive parameters when you work on hydrogen production. So these are some of the results. I don't want to go through in detail, but when we had some additives and when we have the better inoculum, like inoculum B with heat and acid treatment, is provided better hydrogen production. And addition of nutrients and addition of additives definitely improve the hydrogen production. And we did number of experiments again, like we use glucose as a control. Glucose is a very simple sugar. So the bacteria love glucose. Even we love glucose. Our body need glucose. So whenever you run any experiment, use some control substrate. Use glucose as the control substrate all the time. So that will give you best results. So to improve the hydrogen production, we tested 2 different temperature as well. So this is normal room temperature or like outside temperature. And this is a little bit higher temperature. We wanted to see whether the hydrogen production can be improved at high temperature. So this is the overall results. So when we add glucose, after 5 days, the pH goes up to 7. And hydrogen concentration was better, 50%, because it's a very simple sugar. So the bacteria love this sugar. So it can metabolize very quick and produce a lot of hydrogen. When we use food waste is a little bit complex because it got a lot of carbohydrates, proteins, and other polymers that takes time to break. So we get 30% hydrogen in total biogas. Whereas we use leachate, which is the liquid which is coming out from the waste. So there is no hydrogen production. So this is kind of gives you an idea, like if the simple sugars, you will get more methane, more hydrogen. If it's complex sugar, it's going to take time, or it's going to produce less hydrogen. And then we understood that the pH is one of the key factor, because here you can see after 5 days the pH goes to 4, whereas here it goes to 6 to 7. So we try to optimize the pH, and also we try to optimize the different treatment conditions, and we compare the hydrogen production. So overall, when we have the food waste, definitely the acid treatment and ultrasonic treatment works better. And we also try the combination of glucose plus food waste, glucose plus leachate, to see, it's called co-digestion, because it's like providing some easy digestible food and cheat them. So when you provide a little bit of glucose, they will be happy and they will produce some enzymes. These enzymes going to act on the complex substrates as well. So it's like a cheating process. So we add some complex substrate, simple substrate, so that the bacteria try to actively work on the simple substrates and metabolize it. In the meantime, it also metabolizes the complex substrate. So we try that. Definitely the co-digestion method or cheating method works. It improved the hydrogen production. So based on overall understanding, we came up with the pilot design. So this can be used in any food waste treatment units, or any urban or rural areas. Assuming that you are getting the food waste, you need to grind it. Grinding food waste is really important. And if possible, you can also treat with a little bit of acids. So once you have that, get all of them, and then go to the hydrogen reactor and keep it for 24 hours to 48 hours of hydrogen production process, collect the hydrogen, and get the dewatered, the sludge is dewatered, and go for methane production, the rest of the solution. And solids, you can compost it or go for landfilling. So this is the overall proof of concept that we propose for converting the food waste to hydrogen, and if possible, methane and compost production. So it is possible. We know how to produce hydrogen. We know the system design and everything. Then we did some calculations how much it's going to cost. So these numbers are in dollars, is based on the US figures. But as I said, all this cost is going to be very, very low, much lower than what you can see here if you do it or execute in India. And also, this is the operation cost. If you see, most of the cost goes to manpower. So in India, it's cheap. Definitely, it's going to be cheap. So the OPEX cost is going to be much, much, much lower than what you can see here. So the total OPEX, again, this is the total OPEX, mainly the manpower cost, and the electricity cost is going to be high in United States. All these numbers are based on United States. So if you wanted to make more profit, definitely you have to have the decent size. As I said, decentralized systems may not be very profitable, but still you can make it profitable if you know how to make use of hydrogen and store the hydrogen and utilize the hydrogen in the rural economy. In summary, the hydrogen production from food waste is a very easy and reliable approach, and definitely doable. And if you wanted to do food waste or organic waste digestion, try to use co-digestion methods, which means use simple sugars or simple readily degradable material along with complex material. If it is complex material, it takes time for hydrogen production. And so definitely use pre-treatment method for any organic waste, like grinding and acid treatment are really recommended methods. So with this, once again, I would like to thank the committee and organizers and everyone who is listening this presentation. Thanks for this wonderful opportunity, and I'm open for any questions. And also, here is my contact. You can reach out through email or through WhatsApp, or you can find my email and contacts from LinkedIn as well. So I'm happy to help anyone if you want any ideas or support on doing research or developing some business opportunities or whatever you think of. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure we have a few questions. Just a moment. Please.
Sir, what is the average time that it takes to develop any method of hydrogen production from lab scale to industrial scale?
It depends, but we did all this in 3 to 6 months time. It depends on the resources and also the knowledge that you have, how to test it in lab and to take it to the pilot scale.
Thank you. I hope it answers your questions, Jeevita. Next question. Yes.
Does the decomposed material leftover after pH after hydrogen production serve as the fertilizer? Does the addition of materials like silica have any influence on the quality of the leftover sludge?
Yes, definitely. It's a good question. So any additive that you're going to add needs to be eco-friendly. So you can think of adding anything, but it should be eco-friendly and it should not impact when when you recycle the solids. So we use silica just to improve the reaction rate, but definitely the silica is not good to go to soil. So we try to recycle them in the process. So the silica can be separated and reused, but when it goes for pilot scale, it's going to be tricky and expensive. So we try to not to use silica when we go for pilot scale. So we are looking for alternative options.
Thank you, Abdulsami sir. It was really interesting, and your talk, I'm sure, must have inspired a lot of our students to take up research in hydrogen production, because it is one of the most, you can say, the hot topics of research nowadays, production of green fuel. And though many of them are not asking any questions now, I'm sure we will be asked questions once we face the students in the class, because I'm sure you would know about the nature of students over here, being from this place itself.
Yeah, no, don't be shy. So நான் படிச்சது எல்லாமே தமிழ் மீடியம் ஸ்கூல்ல தான் until 12th. So college போய் தான் I've started learning English to speak, to communicate. So don't demotivate yourself. Anything is possible, like if there is a will. So that's my take home for any students who are listening this presentation and my talk.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll just wait a few seconds if there are any other questions. Any other questions? Anyone?
Shall we use aerobic microorganism for the production of hydrogen? Is it possible?
Yes, the hydrogen producing bacteria or like aerobics. It's not completely anaerobic. It's kind of facultative, but it requires some oxygen as well. because during hydrogen production process, there will be some CO2 produced. So there is some oxygen utilized in the process as well.
Thank you, sir.
So is Helena is here in the room?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. So when is the presentation? It's going to be later today. Okay.
1:30.
Okay. I think I won't be able to make it because it's already 12 midnight for me. So convey my regards and wishes to her and also Nidia tomorrow.
Definitely, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your talk. It was really inspiring for many of the students.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful view regarding production of hydrogen. We are lifetime students can see a potential, and I am sure of many of my friends could be interested in taking up research in this area. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
And then we'll refresh ourselves and join again for the technical session. Thank you, IBSWMSEG, sir, for taking the time.
Well, sir.
We have asked everyone to take a break of 15 minutes, so I'm hoping everyone will be back at 10:45 because it's 10:30 now. And we can start the technical session at 10:45. Thank you, sir. unmute பண்ணிட்டு சொல்லிடுறேன். Good afternoon, Dr. Helen.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, we are waiting for the time to be 13:30 hours here because we had asked the participants that the session would be starting at 13:30 hours. So kindly, that's why no one has joined and people are starting to join just now. What's the time there, ma'am?
Yes, sorry.
What's the time there?
It's almost 9 on the morning. 9 a.m.
Okay. Here it's afternoon 13th hours, ma'am, 13:30 hours. So just waiting for 2-3 minutes and then we'll be starting the session, ma'am. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Okay, no problem. I think I share my presentation. Can you see it or not yet?
Yes, we are able to see it, ma'am, but we have not shared it yet. But yes, we can see it, ma'am. No problem. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Welcome.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Now we start our second section. I'd like to invite my friend DST to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Helen.
So it's my floor.
Dr. Helen Carrère is the research director at INRAE France, which stands for National Research Institute for Agriculture, Food and the Environment. Carrère graduated as an engineer from the École Nationale Supérieure de Chimie in Toulouse and obtained a doctorate in process engineering. Over the last 2 decades, her research is focused on the environmental biorefinery concept. Carrère has an impressive record of scientific publications, including more than 150 articles in peer-reviewed journals, book chapters, patents, and other scholarly works. Her exceptional output has earned her recognition as one of the most frequently referenced researchers by her colleagues in 2018. We welcome you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Well, good afternoon.
I would request all the participants to please put your questions in the message box during the session itself so we can take up those questions at the end of the session. I request you, ma'am, to kindly restrict your talk to 55 minutes so that the last 5 minutes we can keep our discussion. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, it's my great pleasure to be here to share some of this presentation with you. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee, Dr. Bubalan and Dr. Kartibka, for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation. So, can you see my slide?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, now visible, ma'am.
Yes, so I will. My topic will be an overview of pretreatments in anaerobic digestion process. And before, I will take 2 minutes to present you INRAE, which is a French research institute for working for agriculture, food, and environment. So it is it is well known in environmental, not agricultural science, plant and animal science, food science, and ecological and environmental science. For the history, INRA was created. It used to be INRA, not INRAE, but INRA. INRA was created in 1946 after the Second World War because people need more food, and it was to reach the food autonomy, which was achieved in the 1960s. After, in the 70s, France started to export food, and then the new objectives of INRAE was to work on food quality and added values. And it focused on the transformation of agricultural raw material, integrated quality perspective, including microbiology research and processes. And it had a lot of partnerships with industries. In 1973, there has been an energy crisis, and since then, INRA has been working on autonomous and economical agriculture in a response to questions related to the development and environment. And since 2020, it merged with ERC, which was more focusing on environment, and that's why it became INRAE. So INRA has labs all over France, and it is divided into 18 geographic research centers and 14 scientific divisions. I put it in blue, the one my labs belong to. The main one is Transform, which is dedicated to science for food, bioproducts, and waste engineering. It also belongs to microbiology and the food chain, and also to agroecosystems. And here is my lab. You can see the France here. We are in Narbonne, here, near the Mediterranean Sea. This is the building itself, and it is very close to it is a salted lake. It's not the sea, it's 15 kilometers from the sea, but here we are near a salted lake. And it works around the environmental biorefinery. From that, you can see in this slide that we are focusing on various feedstocks, either the urban organic waste, the sewage sludge, agricultural residues, other biomasses like algae or seaweeds, and also animal waste. And the first topic concerns the characterization of this complex organic matter. There are some difficulties that it is not homogeneous and very varying and quite complex. The second topic is the pretreatments and extraction of value-added molecules. So it is my personal topic. A core topic is the bioprocesses. We mainly work on anaerobic digestion to produce biogas, dark fermentation to produce biohydrogen, microbial electrochemical systems, microalgae, photogranules, and also purple bacteria. And within these bioprocesses, we have a team working on microbial ecosystem engineering, mainly working on the diversity of microbial diversities and interactions. So at the outlet, we have some treated wastewater. We are working on the reuse of water. We have the digestate, one of my colleagues is working on that digestate quality. And also, we have, of course, the energy, as I told you, and the platform molecules, and also some, since more recently, we are working now on the valorization of gases for biomethanation, also for the production of microbial proteins. All over the chain, the value chain, we are working on the instrumentation, modeling, process control, information system, and LCA and eco-design, as well as the fate of micropollutants, organic contaminants, and pathogens and aerosols. So, after this short presentation of my lab, the program will be a fast introduction of anaerobic digestion process and the interests of pretreatment. And after, I will give you an overview of the state of the art of what's happening at full scale and sometimes lab scale for the main substrate for anaerobic digestion. So, anaerobic digestion is a biological process made of 4 successive steps. The first one is the hydrolysis, which consists in hydrolyzing the complex polymers such as polysaccharides or protein, and these are hydrolyzed into monomers such as sugars, amino acids, peptides. After, we have a fermentation in acidogenesis to transform them into organic acids and alcohol. The acetogenesis produce acetate but also hydrogen and carbon dioxide. And finally, the methanogenesis use this last substrate to produce methane and CO2. For wastewater and readily biodegradable matter, the methanogenesis, the last one, is the rate limiting steps. So what can happen is if the load is too high, we can have an overload of the reactor and accumulation of organic acids, which makes the pH decrease and can be problematic for this process. On the contrary, for solid residues, the first step, hydrolysis, is the rate-limiting step. So this may be enhanced by pretreatments. So why or when can we apply pretreatments? First, to make possible the feeding of the waste into the digester, you can apply pretreatment if biodegradable compounds are hardly accessible to microorganisms. This is the case of intracellular compounds of sewage sludge of microalgae. It's also the case for carbohydrate from lignocellulosic biomass, and also for fatty residues which are not soluble in water. If in the contrary, if waste is easily biodegradable, such as food waste, you may apply pretreatment to avoid acidification of the digester or to preserve biodegradable organic matter. You may also use pretreatment for waste sanitation, to transform some refractory compounds, and also to remove inhibitors, for example, nitrogen in manures, and finally to concentrate waste with a low methane potential. Here are the results of the pretreatment when you use a batch system. We usually call this such test as BMP, biochemical methane potential. That means that you take your waste, some inoculum, you put everything you need to put to have the best condition possible for anaerobic digestion. I mean some buffer for natural pH and also oligo elements. And then usually you have for waste, you will have such a curve which shows the accumulated methane productions. So thanks to a pretreatment, you may first increase the digestion rate, Or also, hopefully, you can increase both the rate and the final methane potential. When you have a continuous system, the CSTR, you have here some example of the result you can have within days. For it was an example of waste activated sludge with a hydraulic retention time of 20 days. So usually you consider that the reactor is stable after the 2 or 3 hydraulic retention times, and you monitor the organic matter concentration at the outlet. It was for inlet at 12 grams per liter. So without any pretreatment, the outlet was around 10 grams per liter, but thanks to pretreatment, it could decrease to 5 grams per liter. And at the same time, you can monitor the methane production. It is in liter per unit of volume and per day. And you can see again the increase of the methane production after the pretreatment in comparison to the control. Just one remark is that at the higher hydraulic retention time, you will observe a lower impact of the pretreatment because you will lose the positive effect on the kinetics. So the consequence of pretreatment will be hopefully an increase of the methane potential of BMP of the methane yield, which you usually express in liter of methane per kilogram of total solids or volatile solids, which represent the organic matter. You will also often have an increase of anaerobic digestion rates. So thanks to that, you will be able to decrease your hydraulic retention rate in the digester, so to treat more waste in the same reactor. Thanks to pretreatments, you may also decrease the viscosity of the feedstock and the digester. So also you will be able to increase the total solids in the digester and so to increase the organic loading rate. But as a drawback, you may observe some loss of biodegradable compounds, so you have to avoid that. Also, you may release some refractory or inhibiting compounds, and this is the more important drawback. You will have significant additional cost. And I didn't put it as advantage or drawback. Here you will have an increase of removal of organic matter and the decrease of organic matter content in the digestate. This will be an advantage for sludge. You need to get rid of it, but it may be a drawback for agricultural waste, as after usually you use the digester as for soil application as a fertilizer. So you have to find the balance for it. So there are many ways to combine the pre, post, or co-pretreatment with anaerobic digestion. First, as a pretreatment, the simplest one, you can pretreat all your feedstock. Or in the case of co-digestion, you can pretreat only one or several feedstock, but not all of them. And of course, usually you will focus on the less biodegradable feedstocks. You can also combine a phase separation and the pretreatment, focusing on the solid phase of a feedstock, which is usually is the slowest for the hydrolysis step. You can also put the pretreatment after the digester, so as a recirculation loop. So in this case, you will have the advantage of first degrading the more easily biodegradable matter in the digester, and the post-treatment will be applied on the more recalcitrant one. So it can be on the recirculation loop. It can be also on the floating layer of the digester, which will be interesting. For example, if you have straw which has a tendency to float at the bottom of the digester. Or also you can combine the pretreatment with some solid phase phase separation, again pretreating or post-treating the solid phase, which is the slowest biodegradable. You can also put your treatment step between the digester and the post-digester, simply, or again, combine with the phase separation. And finally, you can use your add some additives directly inside the digester. So as it is represented in this first scheme, or with adding a mixing step with the substrate. This can be the case for enzymes or other additives. We'll see it later. So let's go to the overview of the various pretreatment. First, the sewage sludge, which is at least in Europe the most fits the most studied substrate. Why? Because the question was first to reduce the amount of sludge and the cost of the disposal. When I started to work more than 20 years ago, and this was the question I have to address. And then after, the increase of biogas production came at the same time. But now all the projects I am implied are concern the increase of biogas production. So we know that the primary sludge is more biodegradable than the waste-activated sludge. So the pretreatment will focus on mainly on the waste-activated sludge in priority. So I forgot to present you the wastewater treatment plant. You have wastewater with primary settling, which leads to the primary sludge only just after separation. After you have activated sludge, so it's an aerobic treatment. With after you need a settle to separate the waste-activated sludge from the wastewater, the treated wastewater, which is released into environmental into the environment. And some waste-activated sludge are recycled to the process to keep the sufficient concentration. And then if you mix with the primary sludge, you have the mixed sludge, which can go to the digester. So the limitation of anaerobic digestion will be the low accessibility of intracellular compounds, which is mainly made of microorganisms, and the pretreatment of objectives will be the microbial cell lysis to release these intracellular compounds, and also it may be the destruction of the floc to solubilize the exopolymeric substance. Several processes do exist at full scales. They include thermal hydrolysis, ultrasons, high pressure homogenizer, which use several hundred bars and eventually with soda addition. You can also use some medium pressure, pulse electric fields, so lysing centrifugation, or you can add some enzyme in the digester. As few examples, the sonication, usually low frequency are used, 20 kilohertz. The applied energy is around 5 kilowatt hour per cubic meter at full scale, and it is applied only to a fraction of a sludge flow. As a consequence, you will have an increase of the anaerobic digestion rate, and also an increase of the sludge removal and biogas production rates. And there are some discussion on the impact on dewatering. According the energy you apply, you can increase or do not change the dewatering of the sludge. Another advantage is the reduction of foaming in the digester. Yes, I have put few picture of full-scale processes here. The other very spread technique is thermal hydrolysis. You usually use 150 to 70 degrees under a few bars and for 20 or 30 minutes. It can include a flash system or not. The flash system is a sudden release of the pressure, so it's make a further explosion of the cells, and it can be batch or continuous. So again, it will lead to the improvement of anaerobic digestion rate, to the increase of sludge removal and biogas yield. It do increase the degradability and decrease the viscosity. And of course, according to the temperature, it allows the sludge hygienization. Again, you have few pictures. So now it's a very much bigger plants that are applied at full scale. The Cambi is from Norway, and the other one, Biotelis and Excelis, are from Veolia in France. So I will jump to animal byproduct and fatty waste together with food waste and organic fraction of municipal waste. For the fatty waste, the limitation of anaerobic digestion is the low solubility of this waste in aqueous phase, and they will float on the digester surface, and also they will promote foaming in the digester. So the main objective will be the increase of the contact with microorganisms, as well as the solubilization. Also, in Europe, we need to have a sanitation of this waste. It's required by the legislation. This legislation requires a size reduction as well as thermal pretreatment at 70 degrees for 1 hour or 133 degrees for 20 minutes under 3 bars minimum. So, and I put a process, host process, which is sold for that. For the fatty waste, you can also use some enzyme, mainly lipases, and also the saponification process at pH 9. And if you choose the temperature high enough, you can combine with the hygienization process. So this process will allow the solubilization, and you will be able to increase the lipid loading rate in the digester. But be aware that you cannot run a digester with only fatty waste. They should be in co-digestion. For food waste and organic fraction of municipal solid waste, the main limitation will be the possible loss of readily biodegradable matter during storage, so which will imply some risk of acidification. And another, on the other hand, you can have some compounds with a low accessibility to microorganisms. So the objective will be to preserve methane potential and to mitigate the VFA productions at the early stage of anaerobic digestion. Also, pretreatment may be used to facilitate the municipal solid waste sorting and to increase the accessibility of the biodegradable compounds, for example, in the lignocellulosic biomass. So I think it is not at full scale, but some researcher in Greece proposed some home drying of food waste to preserve the methane potential, but of course it will require quite a high amount of energy, and I'm not sure it can be scaled up. But you can see some companies sell some processes that include anaerobic storing. They include grinding, compacting, and air-proof storing to make more or less the first stage of anaerobic digestion in this process. And you have, for example, one French device and one German one. Some researchers have also proposed some aerobic pretreatment of food waste, of municipal solid waste to mitigate the further VFA production in the anaerobic digestion. But of course, this includes some loss of organic matter. And again, we can find the thermal hydrolysis I already showed you for the sludge. It is mainly used to facilitate the municipal solid waste sorting, as it leads to the reduction of the viscosity, so the plastics are more easily removed from the waste. Now, let's see the manuals. The limitation here will be some the high nitrogen concentration, which is mainly true for poultry manure, and also the low accessibility of some compounds such as the lignocellulosic biomass. And also they have low biogas potential reported to the volume of manure, as they are quite rich in water. So again, the objectives of pretreatment will be to reduce the nitrogen content, to increase the accessibility of biodegradable compounds. It may be, in some cases, to increase the temperature of the waste or to concentrate the organic matter. So at full scale, you will have many kinds of grinding, but also you can use pre-hydrolysis. It is equivalent to the two-stage anaerobic digestion, which has been shown to improve the overall biogas yield. There's a process, NIX, which uses thermoalkaline pretreatment. It combines ammonium stripping to reduce the nitrogen concentration and the solubilization of hardly accessible compounds. And in literature, you can find some example of concentration of pig manure by centrifugation. There can be also, you can use some aerobic pretreatment which use the endogenous consortia. It consists of short-time composting, or you can add some microbial or fungal consortia that may be used for in animal breeding. And these are to increase the biodegradability of the waste or also to the temperature. Increasing the waste temperature is interesting in the batch anaerobic digestion and mainly in batch solid anaerobic digestion. You can see here some reactors, we call it box reactor with leachate recirculation. So you can see here you have 4 garages which are working in batch. So to have a continuous production, you have to start your reactor at the different times. So usually one reactor starts every 2 weeks. And at the beginning, you open the door, you put your waste, your inoculum, you close, and you have some also a tank with liquid leachate, which is recirculated regularly in the batch. So if you in France, we have more or less 20 plants working in this way, and they all use aerobic pretreatment of the manure to increase the temperature and to speed up the startup. So that because also the heating is provided mainly by the recirculation of the liquid also. But this process leads to some carbon losses, so it has to be optimized. you have here, we had a project with a full plant, and we monitored the temperature of during the pre-treatment in this. You can see it was summer. You're starting at around 30 degrees, but it could increase into 55 degrees. Now, I will jump to lignocellulosic biomass. So, as you may know, it is composed of lignin, cellulose, and hemicelluloses. So, cellulose is the main component, which is a polymer of glucose, and they are organized crystallines and amorphous structures. And it can be hydrolyzed by concentrated acids and high temperature. And for biological part, the amorphous structures are more easy to hydrolyze. Hemicellulose is a heteropolymer of pentose and hexose, and it's more easily hydrolyzable by temperature and dilute acid or base. The lignin is an amorphous heteropolymer of 3 different phenylpropane alcohols, and it gives the plant its rigidity, impermeability, and resistance against microbial attack. So it is not biodegradable in anaerobic digestion. The only microorganisms that easily degrade them are the whitewood fungi. Then the biomass may also contain some charge, polymer of glucose, pectin, polymer of uronic acids, soluble sugars, and proteins. Yeah, in a quite old study, we took various lignocellulosic biomass and measure the BMP test. You can see here, and by characterizing this biomass and using a multilinear regression, we can see that the most impacting parameter that will give its BMP will be the lignin content and with the negative coefficients. After, you can have the soluble sugars concentration is, of course, favorable to high BMP. The same with proteins, and also then you have the crystalline cellulose with a negative impact, and a small impact of the amorphous holocellulose, which include hemicelluloses and amorphous cellulose. So the pretreatment objective for anaerobic digestion will be to solubilize or disrupt the structure of lignin, to break the lignin carbohydrate bond, to reduce the cellulose crystallinity, and also to solubilize the cellulose and hemicellulose, and it may also be useful to increase the specific area. The commercially available process will be a grinding process, many different techniques. You can also combine grinding and mixing. There you can find some electrokinetic disintegration, such as biocrack process, extrusion, ultrasounds, and enzyme addition. At lab scales, the studies are more based on the pretreatment which are developed for the second generation bioethanol, which is also made from lignocellulosic biomass. But in this case, you need the pretreatment is mandatory, as you need to isolate the cellulose, and ethanol is usually made only from glucose from the cellulose. Yeah, for anaerobic digestion, this parameter will help the anaerobic digestion, but you can keep other compounds in the digester. So it will be they will be mainly focused on alkaline pretreatment and biological pretreatment by whitewood fungi. Yeah, I have make a synthesis of the pretreatment objectives that will be aimed for bioethanol or methane productions. So the lignin solubilization is mandatory for either for bioethanol, for the methane yield, and for anaerobic digestion rate. The same with lignin structure alteration or the breakdown of the link of between lignin and polysaccharides, the increase of surface as well. The hemicellulose solubilization is the aim for bioethanol. Also, it will increase the anaerobic digestion rate, but will have a low impact on methane potential. The same for the crystallinity decrease. But you will have a difference for the cellulose solubilization. That is, we don't want to have it for bioethanol, but it will be quite interesting for the anaerobic digestion rate and may improve a little the methane potential. Also, another difference will be the release of some furfural and hydroxymethylfurfural, which are the products of degradation of exose and pentoses. And you should absolutely avoid them for bioethanol. They will have no impact of the methane potential rate, methane potential yield, but they can have a small impact on the rate of anaerobic digestion. And here, if you look at the main process which are used for bioethanol production, you can see in the impact in the structure of the lignocellulose and the release of not of byproducts. For example, steam explosion will be very effective for hemicellulose solubilization, little for lignin degradation, but it will release some hydroxymethylfurfural. Well, taken as the whole, all the process will be effective for increasing the specific surface. And after, for lignin alteration, you may use thermal acid, ammonia explosion or ammonia soaking, oxidation as well. And for solubilization, it's more or less the same process, and so on. So what is more focus on for anaerobic digestion is the lignin solubilization or alteration, and a lot of research has focused on thermal alkaline and fungi pretreatments. First, a study, it was a PhD thesis that was carried out in the lab with white rod fungi pretreatment of waste straw. You can see the straw before and after pretreatments. And in the first step, we tested the various species of fungi, and lot of them increase, had no impact or increase the BMP of the straw when you calculated towards the pretreated volatile solids, with a maximum 33% increase of the BMP. But during this pretreatment, you observe mass losses because of the fungi need some carbon to grow and will produce CO2, but it will also produce some the fungi itself that may produce methane itself. So after, when finally, and what you have to do to report the methane production to the initial total solids or VS of the straw, you can see that you have some negative impacts of some fungi, and at the end we kept Polyporus brumalis, which led to a 21% increase in methane. Also, these studies are taken from other lab, who they use one strain at two different substrates, and they had very good results with other branches, as they double the methane yield. But on other trees, acacia branches, or they had no result, no variation of BMP, and even they can observe a BMP decrease of sugarcane bagasse or some barley straw. But as a conclusion, the result obviously depend on the strain and on the substrate. And a drawback of this process, usually you will require a sterilization step to be able to grow this poor fungi. For thermochemical, various thermochemical pretreatments, so in this case it was sunflower stalks, and we studies either thermal alone or thermal with alkali or acids pretreatment of this biomass, and we observe that the thermal alkali pretreatment with soda led to the best results here. So when applied to semi-continuous reactors, STR, you using 4 grams of soda per 100 grams of total solids for 24 hours at 55 degrees, and initial total solids of 35 grams per liter. We could increase by 26% the methane yield during the anaerobic digestion of mesophilic anaerobic digestion with a hydraulic retention time of 21 days. So now if you convert, if you use this biogas by cogeneration to produce heat with a 50% yield and power with 35% yield, of course you will have the you will have the same increase of electricity, but for heat, you have to make the balance, energy balance, because we use the pretreatment at 55 degrees. So if you remember at the concentration of TS we use at the lab scales, you ended to a negative balance if you do not recover it. This balance becomes positive if you assume 80% heat recovery with heat exchangers and so on. But also you may increase this balance by increasing the TS loading during the pretreatment, as you will spend less energy in heating water. And of course, the balance will be even more positive if you combine heat recovery and high TS contents. We also use alkaline pretreatment in combination with isolate batch anaerobic digestion, as I already presented to you. So this is the lab scale reactor. You put all your substrate and digestate here. There's a grid that's separated from the liquid, which is recirculated to under the mass every 2 or 3 hours. So in this case, we require less water for anaerobic digestion, and we could carry out pretreatment with high TS content, with more 100 gram TS per kilogram. And we use the soda and lime at a concentration of 10 gram for 100 gram TS. It's quite high, but it what was we needed to have significant results. And the duration, you required less duration for soda. We use 1 day than for the lime, where it was the optimum of 5 days. So this pretreated sorghum was co-digested with manure. And you can see here the results with in green the control, the lime pretreatment in red, and the soda pretreatment, which was the best in blue. But both pretreatment led to the to increase the rate, the anaerobic digestion rate. So for the performance, soda would be better, but you should be careful not to use soda if you will use your digestate for soil application in agriculture, as the salt and sodium may be detrimental for the soil quality. You can also use pretreatments to store cover crops. Alors, I'm not sure that you may use cover crops in India, but in Europe and mainly in France, we can use cover or catch crops to use the soil, which is variable between two main crops. So that means that these crops will be harvested before maturity, and after they need to be stored over 1 year. So the classical storage method is unsealing. It consists of lactic fermentation. So the objective is to produce lactic acid thanks to the endogenous bacteria. And the production of lactic acid will lead to the decrease of pH around 4, and this will inhibit all the microbial activity. So in this case, the preservation of methane potential is usually achieved if the effluent are recovered. And this kind of process is very widespread for storing animal feed. We propose an innovative method consisting of alkaline storage. We required quite high concentrations of lime at room temperature, and we tasted for 6 months. And we had two different results. When we had low TS content, around 20%, we observed a decrease of BMP. But when the storage was carried out with high TS content, we could achieve an increase of 16% of the methane production. The difference was between when your water is quite variable. You can, because of heterogeneity, you can observe the development of some microbial growth. You can also, we made some tests on the alkaline pretreatments combined with co-digestion. It was in the case of the co-digestion of, you can see, waste activated sludge, which is not was, olive pomace, and microalgae residue after agar extractions. So you can see in this table the monodigestion of the sludge itself with the methane yield, which we could increase it after potash KOH pretreatment. You can increase the waste-activated sludge by co-digestion, either with olive pomace or with MAR. And after we tested various combination of pretreatments in this co-digestion. And at the end, the objective of this study was to see the impact of the digestate on the on the growth of tomato plants. And you have the yield in gram of TS for 100 plants here. So all digestate increase the plant yields compared to the soil control, and we also had a control with a commercial mineral fertilizer, and all this digestate was as efficient as the fertilizer control. And the tomato yield were correlated to the phosphorus and the total nitrogen and ammonia in the digestate. So to sum up the alkaline pretreatments for the lignocellulosic biomass, they have been widely, extensively used at lab scales, but not, I don't know example of using them at full scales, mainly because of the cost, either financial cost and also environmental cost of the production of alkali. So, but you should even promote low input condition with room temperature, 1 to few days, low water contents, no mixing. This condition are mixing, and I would recommend to use lime or potash rather than soda if the digestate is applied to soils. Well, the last part on pretreatment and digestate recirculation, and also we'll see further examples. So you in this study we took several digestate from full scale after a phase separation, so the solid digestate, and we applied some alkali pretreatment in different conditions, and you can observe that the mainly soda pretreatment could increase the methane yield, but after some economical assessment, we concluded in this study that the methane production did not cover the cost of this pretreatment. So we underlined more the interest of the direct recirculation of the digestate. And this is, there's more or less a full-scale process which is solved in the recirculation loop, which consists in grinding and then the circulation in the digester. It is provided by host and name ruminator. There's also it's quite new. It's a post-treatment from Suez, which is applied in a wastewater treatment plant. So you have a digester of the sludge, first dehydration, and you keep the solid phase, the liquid phase, it can go back to the wastewater treatment plant, and you apply the hydrothermal carbonation at quite high temperature to the solid phase, and after a dehydration. So this treatment lead to a very easy dewatering, and you can see the picture of the sludge after this pretreatment, and also to the solubilization of more or less 30% of the COD. So this liquid phase return to the digester, and you have very high solid content of the solid phase. There are many examples of additions of enzyme in the digester, and there are also several industrial producers. Most of the time, enzyme came from fungal cocktails. The applied dose are from 0.1 to few grams of enzyme per kilogram of volatile solids. So in case of sewage sludge or paper sludge, you may apply glucosidase, lipase, protease. But be careful to proteases, because too high concentration may be detrimental for anaerobic microorganisms. And in case of manure or corn silage, you will have more hemicellulases or cellulase. Taken as a whole, results are very variable on methane yield, but what they are quite efficient is in decreasing the viscosity in the digester, which will reduce the power requirement, and you can increase the TS content in the digester. And some producers also claim that the enzyme are used to reduce or mitigate the floating layer of the crushing layer. You can also add some inorganic additives such as trace metals, which may be cofactors for enzymatic reactions. And also now there are lots of studies that promote the use of activated carbon of biochar to promote electron transfer and also to absorb the inhibitors such as ammonia. There are also many studies about the use of nanocap particles in the digester, but I'm not sure that the fate of these particles are correctly studied in the digester. Two quite summary, two examples of pretreatment that can give access to new feedstocks. For example, yes, it's only lab scale studies. It was for bamboo chips that you can imagine it's very low biodegradable with a methane potential lower than 5 milliliter per gram of TS. Thanks to steam explosion, it could be increased to more than 200. And also another example I like, it's for chicken fever. Maybe you may not have think of using it in the digester. So thanks to enzymatic pretreatment, they could be used in a stable continuous reactor. And I have spoke more of BMP and a little of CSTR, just this slide to compare the results which were obtained on the BMP. It is two examples of lime soda pretreatment of sunflower stalk of sorghum. So for the sunflower stalk, we obtain better, higher results on the BMP than in the CSTR experiments. And it was the contrary for the sorghum, as the impact on the CSTR was higher, mainly due to a more stable reactor due to the high alkalinity that was provided by the soda. So one advice would be to do not use directly the result on the BMP to predict the full-scale CSTR. Maybe surely the BMP are very useful to optimize the pretreatment, but if you want to really to assess the full-scale result, please you have to carry out CSTR reactors. Well, it's time to conclude. I would say to each feedstock its pretreatments, and in the case of co-digestion, one pretreatment for maybe required for each kind of substrate, but you should focus on the most recalcitrant substrate. So pretreatment are efficient to increase anaerobic digestion rate and methane production. And so they can make some feedstock interesting for anaerobic digestion, but they also, in some cases, they can be useless. The impact of pretreatment will depend on anaerobic digestion, either in BMP or in continuous or alkyl condition. And in this case, in continuous process, the hydraulic retention time will be very important. And I just said it, experiments in reactors are required to evaluate full-scale performance. And the key point is that the pretreatment must be economically viable and have low environmental impacts. For example, if you need heat, use the heat produced from biogas, use high total solids content, use recovery, and so on. Well, I thank you for your attention, and we'll be happy to answer to questions. It's almost time, but if you have some question, you can also further email me. But please now, I welcome your question.
Thank you, Helen, ma'am. Ma'am, we have not many questions, just a few, one or two questions. Before that, I would just like to add one of my comments that looking at the technology that is being used, it intrigues me that maybe we can use this kind of technology for processing of waste in India for crops which are local over here, like rice and other such millet crops, and also cattle waste. I'll just now hand it over to few of the students who want to ask few questions.
Since the digestate is comparable to commercial fertilizer, is it also commercially sold by INRAE?
Seems Dr. Helen is disconnected. Maybe there's some technical glitch, but we'll wait for a minute. Maybe she might rejoin.
Sorry, I lose the connection.
No problem, ma'am. Glad to have you back, ma'am. I'll just ask the students to repeat the question, just one or two questions, ma'am.
Since the digestate is comparable to commercial fertilizer, is it also commercially sold by INRAE?
Can you write the question in the chat, please? No, INRAE will never sold anything. They can sold the patents or things like that. But what is done in France for agricultural anaerobic digestion plant, most of the time they have several farmers which gather for one plant, and they put the substrate, they give first the substrate to the plant, and at the plant give back the digestate on the basis of the nitrogen content of a substrate. The exchange is calculated on this nitrogen content. And as for now, the composting can be somewhere else. You can buy some compost, but not the digestate. It's the digestate is more used locally.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll just post the next question now.
How long in the wastewater plant? I think the retention time in the activated sludge is about a few days, from 1 to 10 days, more or less. But as it is continuous process, everything is produced continuously. And after this is to have the sludge. And for the digestion, it's quite longer. The anaerobic digestion of the sludge has more a retention time of 20 days in mesophilic conditions. So 10 and 20, it may be 30 days for the digested sludge.
So approximately a month for
Yeah.
the entire process. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful view regarding pre-treatment in anaerobic digestion process, and you greatly shared your knowledge with us. Uh, we are lifetime students, can see potential. How I am sure many of my friends could interested in taking up research in this area. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, it was sorry, I didn't get it. It was a question. Can you write it or?
No, ma'am. No question, ma'am.
No. Okay, so
No,
thank you.
she was just saying that your talk would inspire the students because many of the students are undergraduate students.
Yes.
So they would get interested in research in this area too.
Okay, thank you. So I wish you a very good end of today's conference. And thanks again for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I am like to invite my friend Madhubala to introduce our today guest speaker, Dr. Nadia.
Dr. Nidia S. Catano, she did her doctorate in chemical engineering at Faculty of Engineering, University of Porto. She began her career as a coordinator professor at the School of Engineering of a Polytechnic Institution of Porto. She is the sub-director of a chemical engineering department of International Standard for Education for the Infrastructure Facilities 2014 to 2016. She is the director of a master course in sustainable energy of International Standard for Education since March 2013. She is a technical expert for the Small Business Innovation Research Program, and also she is an expert for the Israel Department Agriculture. She has been reviewer for bioenergy research, water science, fuel energy, and several journals. She has authored 150 conference, 91 journal articles, 17 book chapter, 10 conference paper, and she has been invited for several conferences as guest speaker. She has a research interest in biofuel production, waste and biomass, valorization, microalgae production, and sustainability efforts. Currently, she is working in Polytechnic Institution of Porto, Department of Chemical Engineering. Welcome you, ma'am.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for the kind presentation. It is really a pleasure. Can you listen to me? Yes?
Yes, ma'am. You're audible, ma'am. I would
Yeah.
just request the participants to type their questions in the message box.
Okay.
So that it will be easy to take up the questions at the end of the session.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
also, I would request you, ma'am, to kindly restrict your talk to 55 minutes. So at the end of the session, we'll have 5 minutes for
Yes.
discussion.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you for the kind presentation. Yes, now I can see the slide. You are seeing my slide. So thank you very much for your kind presentation. It's really a pleasure to be speaking to this distinguished audience. And I will try to present you my views on biofuels from waste materials in a simple and very modest way. So I will not be showing you many important results because what I want is to make you understand that there are many possibilities to valorize wastes, and this could become otherwise an environmental problem with enormous costs to each and every of us. So the slides the photos that you are seeing in this slide are probably driving your attention to not waste materials, but to food crops or to other parts that you might think are not waste. Nevertheless, the fact is that these are part of waste materials, and this is just starting to frame the problem. So I will move to the next slide. That is mostly to highlight what will be about this presentation. So I will be presenting briefly what is the world's commitment to sustainable development. Then we'll proceed the discussion on the modern megacities that are popping up a bit everywhere, and they enclose a huge population concentrated in a small footprint area, which poses severe problems associated to enormous requirements of land, food, water, energy, and also the corresponding enormous wastewater and waste streams that must be handled, and that are linked to the problem that I'm going to discuss with you. So why are wastewater and waste problematic, and what can each one do, each one of us, individually and also as a researcher, for instance, or as a professional. Resources can be recovered from waste flows, and one very attractive way of recovering resources from waste is via conversion of biowaste to biofuels that can then be used instead of fossil fuels, with all those problems that we know. And finally, we will wrap up a bit what I will be presenting today and summarize the main conclusions in, well, maybe a few take-home messages. So the world's commitment to sustainable development has been demonstrated differently a long time. And by acknowledging the effects that human activity has on the basis of climate change due to the ever increasing emissions of greenhouse gases. Finally, in July 2015, the Paris Agreement was adopted and finally signed by 195 countries, which was something important for us. So this agreement set a limiting global warming of less than 2 Celsius degrees compared to previous pre-industrial levels, and is called for zero net anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions to be reached during the second half of the 21st century. So this would mean that greenhouse gas emissions must peak before 2025 at least, and decline 43% by 2030. This is what was meant. This is not exactly what is being done, because after all this time that has already passed, we know that we are far from reaching what we have committed to, and we have already overcome, we have passed the 1.5 centigrade degrees increase, which is really a very big problem. So the modern cities have a huge population, are designed to accommodate this population in a relatively short land area footprint. And this means that higher and higher skyscrapers are being built, which causes increase in energy consumption, transportation, food and water, as well as housing. So consequently, huge amounts of wastewater are being generated, which requires an adequate treatment. The water shortage due to increased requirements and climate change makes it an extremely valuable resource. And additionally, high amounts of nutrients such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and even carbon are being lost to the environment, and the water cycle is interrupted. So high amounts of waste with different composition is being generating, which also requires land area for disposal and or other valorization options. So what can we do to adequately manage biowaste, and what is biowaste? In fact, so in fact, I think I have going maybe a little bit faster than what I was showing you. So to show you in this slide, different materials, we know that different materials have different lifetime and need different treatment. The non-organic waste materials can be reused first, then recycled, and lastly they must be eliminated. Recycling avoids further extraction of natural resources, but we have the organic biodegradable waste that we call biowaste, and this calls for organic recycling, organic energetic valorization. But in order to be able to take more environmental friendly ways of managing the waste, this must be separated at the disposal, and the separated waste must be collected separately. This will increase the possibility of valorizing such materials, because otherwise they can become contaminated and prevent its use for further valuable applications. That's what happens when commingled waste is disposed of and collected as it is. It must go to a mechanical biological treatment unit, and the biological treatment can be then performed to, let me just make this a little bit bigger, otherwise I cannot see the full slide. So the biological treatment options include anaerobic digestion, just like Ellen was just speaking before, or composting, or other options that can also allow us to produce other valuable and interesting compounds. So now going to what is biowaste and how can we adequately manage biowaste. So biowaste is a waste of biological origin, and it can be of vegetable nature like lignocellulosic forestry or agricultural waste. It can include also domestic waste like food or garden waste, or can also be of animal nature. Animal fat, fish waste, and many other different animal waste materials. So biowaste is biodegradable, generically biodegradable, can be produced domestically by each of us at our households, agriculturally or industrially. So depending on the origin, it may have different ways of being handled. So the agricultural waste, biowaste, has a long tradition of recycling within a circular economy approach. So I would ask you, who discovered the circular economy? Because our parents, and today in many places, many agricultural places, are still valorizing the biowaste in the traditional way. The problem is that by valorizing the waste in the traditional way, they may be causing environmental impacts due to uncontrolled emissions and controlled formation of compounds that are released to the environment. So the problem is that if we can confine the waste in a facility that was purposely built for treating, handling the wastes, you will be able to reduce the environmental impacts because you can control the release of emissions, gaseous emissions, the solids that are the residual solids that will be produced, and also the effluents that will be produced during the whole process. So you can manage alternative ways of treating all these flows so that the environmental impact is reduced. So let's see some examples, because this allows us to better demonstrate what I want to show you. So, in fact, what can we do? Fuels from biomass are called biofuels, and we will be discussing biofuels later. But solid wastes can be converted in what we call waste to energy. And energy nowadays is so important because we are all looking for alternative ways of producing energy than the fossil origin sources like coal, oil, gas, natural gas, that in fact are on the basis of climate change through the release of greenhouse gases. So we know that the solid waste has been an environmental problem when it is left in the environment, released to environment without any care. And we also know that many useful resources can still be recovered from it. And if we don't valorize these resources that nowadays we call waste, not a waste, but a resource, if we don't valorize it, don't recover at least part of these resources, we will be losing many of the interesting and valuable components that are there, and we will be driven to extract further resources to the nature. So also handling solid waste is being considered more in a circular perspective, where we try to extend the life cycle of materials. And this is what we are really trying to do to make this world a little more sustainably developed, because we need lots of resources. So biogas can be produced from organics through anaerobic digestion. Liquid biofuels can be produced through, for instance, hydrothermal liquefaction or just thermal liquefaction, depending on the presence of higher or lower amounts of water. Synthesis gas can be produced via gasification, and it from combustion can be converted to electrical energy, steam and cold, increasing the efficiency of the conversion of the raw material that contains energy to the final energy that is available to the consumer. And in these pictures, I'm showing you different facilities that include anaerobic digestion in the back, in the down left. And this center, you have anaerobic digestion together with composting. And on the right, you have two facilities that are more linked to incineration of waste materials, but with heat recovery. So this is also important. Other ways of recovering biofuels would be, for instance, transesterification to produce biodiesel. That is the most common, one of the most common fuels that we know and that we are already using. So what can we do to valorize carbohydrate-rich biowaste. So this causes or drives our attention to the biofuels that can be produced from biowaste. And these biofuels can be organized into or divided into three different generations, depending on the feedstock that is being produced, used to produce those biofuels. So the same biofuel could be produced from different feedstocks. For instance, if you want to produce bioethanol, the first generation bioethanol would be produced through fermentation of sugarcane or maybe other sugar crops that sugar beet that could be, for instance, sugar beet that could be used for that purpose. But as you know, those crops are food crops, so we call them the first generation. So this would pose enormous problems, because if you are changing the destination of fruit crops from their original purpose, that was food purpose, to fueling a tank of a car, for instance, this is posing a big social problem and an ethical issue. So the second generation of bioethanol is produced from non-food feedstock, and this includes obviously some materials that are considered waste materials, or lignocellulosic materials that have posed us other problems because they're sorry, I need some water. Because their composition is different, and this makes the whole process of conversion of the lignocellulosic materials more complicated than if we use first generation materials. So if you use sugar cane or sugar, you only need to ferment the sugar. If you are using a starch material, a starch-based material, you will need to promote first the hydrolysis to produce the simple sugars, glucose, and then ferment the glucose. And after that, you will obviously perform a distillation to recover the ethanol that is being produced. When you use second generation feedstock, lignocellulosic materials, you need to perform first a pretreatment. Then once you remove the lignin, or at least you break the lignin molecules, you are able to hydrolyze the polysaccharides to simple sugars monomers, and then the simple sugar monomers can be fermented to ethanol. If you have other biowaste that includes protein, greasy or oily, as well as carbohydrates, then probably you would not be interested in producing bioethanol, at least not only ethanol, but one way of valorizing this biowaste would be through anaerobic digestion that was just presented before. And this thing means that you can use a huge diversity of waste materials, including animal manure, waste crops, food wastes, and then you can produce energy, biogas, that can be used directly. And this has also been one activity that is known for quite a long time. Some rural digesters have been implemented, with the problem that if they are not well controlled, there will be release of greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. Nevertheless, it is a better way of valorizing this biowaste than just leave it in the environment and do nothing. So in the end, you can also produce fertilizers, the digestate or the compost after stabilization can be used for land application, and the biogas can be used directly in combined heat and power facilities, or to produce electricity and heat, or nowadays in modern facilities it is split, it is separated into biomethane and CO2, and the biomethane is injected in the gas grid, in the natural gas grid, so it will be very easy to distribute this biomethane. And the CO2 in some facilities is combined with hydrogen and can produce syngas and other fuels that are also interesting. So the idea would be to valorize completely and have a whole chain of valorization of this bio-waste into valuable products for us, that is bioenergy, but this is not really so valuable as other byproducts that could be recovered from biowaste. So another way of valorizing this time greasy or oily rich biowaste, such animal fat or vegetable cooking oil, waste cooking oil, not cooking oil, but waste cooking oil, would be through the production of either bio-oil or biodiesel or even green diesel. So the first generation again would be using food feedstocks. If you go to the second generation, we use non-food feedstock that includes waste materials, and nowadays we are also including the third generation biofuels that could be produced from waste materials. For instance, fly larvae can be produced from food waste, and then the fly larvae can be extracted for oil recovery, and the oil recovery can be used to produce biodiesel or green diesel, depending on its composition. It could be transesterified, or it could be liquefied or upgraded, hydrogenated, depends on the composition. So you see, we have a huge diversity of options that we can use. Some of them are quite easy and simple to implement. For instance, if we want to perform transesterification or esterification of animal fat, this is not a difficult process. However, the problem is that if we want to produce a good quality fuel, then you need to address other problems, and you need to control very well the process. Maybe you need to perform several steps in the process, and in the end, don't forget, you also will be generating waste and effluents that must be handled. And usually when we think about all of these, we tend to forget what is being generated. So think about the whole process. Think about not only the main product that you will be producing, but also to the side products or wastes. And in wastes, I include gaseous emissions, liquid effluents that must be handled. So can you incorporate all these effluents and wastes and maybe reuse them for further processing instead of nutrients or instead of raw feedstock that has to be produced from maybe more expensive and more difficult to find nutrients, for instance. So going back to the biofuels from bio-waste materials and to the lignocellulosic materials. So I've gone through a little bit all these kinds of bio-waste materials. But if we focus on the lignocellulosic materials, they are in fact the raw material for second generation biofuels and can contribute to this bio-waste, to biofuel solutions and more. Because because they can be used to produce high-valued products, like, for instance, xylitol and antioxidants, and maybe you can also produce many other valuable products that can replace other products that are being obtained from fossil origin. So this is a way of decarbonizing a little bit the production of high-value products, and they can be converted through fermentation into bioethanol. That is, well, it has many applications, obviously. Recently, we have been using bioethanol, ethanol, it's the common name, for hand sanitizing. After the COVID crisis, we had a huge, or during the COVID crisis, we had a huge need for ethanol, and the price increased. You can also use bioethanol as a fuel. You can add it to gasoline, or you can use it directly in the engine. The problem is that ethanol is highly hygroscopic, so if it absorbs water, it will not be a very good fuel. So this poses a problem on how to make the bioethanol useful as a fuel if we spend money drying the ethanol, and then it will almost instantaneously recover, absorb energy, water from air. So this can be a problem. But what kind of lignocellulosic materials can we use? Obviously, we can use wood scraps, like you see in the photo number 3. We can use, for instance, other food waste materials that are separated or can be separated selectively. And nowadays, at least in Europe and in Portugal, we drink huge amounts of coffee, but it's quite easy to have a coffee machine that uses capsules. So we can have a coffee machine wherever we are, and this is confined. So in the end, we get a capsule that has spent coffee grounds. But these spent coffee grounds are in fact a lignocellulosic material that is very interesting. It contains oils, fat. It contains cellulose, hemicellulose, tannins, antioxidants, and many other compounds. So it is really one of the important waste materials that we can separate if we want. And picture 1 is spent brewer's grain. So in Portugal and in many countries, we produce beer from fermentation of grains, different grains. And in the end, we get this material that still can be used to produce ethanol. Why? Because it is a lignocellulosic material. Once more, if we remove the lignin, then we gain access to the carbohydrates, cellulose and hemicelluloses, and these can be hydrolyzed and to simple sugar monomers, and finally these simple sugar monomers can be fermented to ethanol. But this poses us one problem, this kind of lignocellulosic materials, because, well, one of the problems is obviously the need to remove the lignin to gain access to the polysaccharides. But the second problem is that these polysaccharides contain not only 6 carbon atom sugars, but sugar molecules that have 5 carbon atoms. And this poses a problem because the most commonly used yeast to ferment sugar, glucose, is Saccharomyces cerevisiae, that cannot ferment these 5 carbon sugars. And this means that there is an important part of sugars that will be lost, not fermented, to ethanol, unless if we use specific yeasts that can metabolize these 5 carbon sugars. One example of biofuels from bio-waste materials is the one that I will be presenting now, about the bio-waste that can be produced from phytoremediation of soil. So phytoremediation, if you haven't heard about it, is the direct use of living green plants for the removal on site of degradation or containment of contaminants that are enclosed in soils, sludge, sediments, even surface water and ground water. And using the natural capabilities of plants, it is possible to remove, degrade, or stabilize contaminants. So you would ask, so if there are plants that can handle this, what is the problem? The problem is that if the land was contaminated, this means that the usual crops that would be planted on that land will not be able to grow normally, and they will get, if they are able to grow, they will get at least some parts of plant contaminated. But their growth will be too limited. However, we know that there are some plants that have this ability of removing the contaminants and stabilizing the soil while they still grow. Sometimes we need to add something to help these plants better respond to this kind of contamination, but this is really one important issue that can allow us recover contaminated sites to agricultural sites. Obviously, this takes time. This cannot be done so fast as we would like, but it's one way of addressing the problem of recovering some contaminated sites. So the advantage of phytoremediation is that it can be performed at the contaminated site, that is in situ. This is a low-cost process because it uses plants, and plants are not expensive. Can be a slow process, as I was telling you. It can take many years to recover the site to the final to the final condition useful for crop, for food, for instance. Is sustainable, or can be sustainable, environmental friendly, and well, then we have a problem. The resulting biomass needs further treatment. So usually the most frequent way of addressing this problem is just discarding the biowaste, leaving it in specific landfills. But this means that we will be losing valuable resources. So composting, landfilling, and thermal processing are alternatives that can be used. And depending on the plants that we use in the process, we can in fact maybe recover some value while addressing this problem of recovering soil, remediating soil that was contaminated. So the example that I'm showing you is with two plants that were used in our study. One was sunflower and the other one was corn. So as you know, sunflower is an oil crop, and sunflower oil is used for food purposes. But if these plants of sunflower are produced on a contaminated site, it will not be allowed to commercialize the sunflower seeds to produce oil, so for food purposes. So we thought of using this sunflower oil not to produce food oil, but to produce biodiesel. However, this plant has other parts that are lignocellulosic materials. So we could think of also using parts of this sunflower plant to produce bioethanol, or maybe to combine them with other materials and maybe produce biogas. That is another alternative. As for the corn plant, well, the main purpose would be to think of valorizing this corn plant for bioethanol production as well as biogas. So this is a little bit a summary of what we could do with biomass from soil filter remediation. So they cannot be used for food or feed purposes due to heavy metal accumulation. And if this heavy metal accumulation is done in specific parts that we control, and if we demonstrate these metals are not contaminating some specific parts, probably we can use them for more valuable purposes, such as food purposes. But if there is a slight possibility of heavy metal contamination, because we were using this phytoremediation for soil remediation, that soil that was contaminated with heavy metals, obviously then we need to have another approach. It can be used for energy purposes. So the corn grain is used for bioethanol. The lignocellulosic material like roots, stalks, stem, husk, and leaves also for bioethanol. And the lignocellulose, I was telling you, is on the wall of the plant cells, is composed of lignin, cellulose, and hemicelluloses. And the composition varies with the type of plant, the age, and the environmental where it grows. And this was one thing that we have demonstrated, that depending on the soil where the plant was cultivated and on the type of contamination, we have plants with different composition. So if the composition of plants is different, this means that we can drive it towards the production of different fuels. Plants have usually 45 to 25% of lignin, 40 to 50% of cellulose, and 25 to 30% of hemicelluloses. As for the oil, it is produced from oleaginous plants that usually contain the oil in their seeds, and that's the case of sunflower oil. And this sunflower oil is interesting due to its composition, and and that makes it suitable for the production of biodiesel through transesterification. That is a quite easy process of producing biodiesel. So the objectives in our project were to valorize all the parts of the plant, to assess the environmental impact of the process, and this is important. Once you want to demonstrate the interest of a certain approach to valorize biowaste, you must demonstrate not only technically, but also economically and from the environmental point of view. So we wanted to demonstrate it technically. We wanted to demonstrate what would be the environmental impacts of the process, comparing it with the production of the similar biofuels produced from the conventional raw materials. So bioethanol produced from straw from sunflower and corn stover or sunflower stover, and directly from the corn grains. And biodiesel was produced from the oil extracted from seeds from sunflower, and we had a third gas that usually is a little bit left out, that was biogas, that was produced from the biomass leftovers after the previous processes. So to valorize the corn stover, that is the stalks and the lignocellulosic fraction, and this material that was produced from phytoremediation of a soil that was contaminated with heavy metals, that is cadmium and zinc. Well, the plants were used in the soil, but they were aided by specific microorganisms that would help the plant, or helped the plant, absorb and strive through these harsh conditions that were imposed by the presence of high amounts of cadmium and zinc. So we wanted in a certain part of the work, we wanted to optimize the pretreatment and the enzymatic hydrolysis steps, because this would be the most one of the most tricky steps in the process. So we started with harvesting the biomass, separating the several parts. Then we ground the biomass to a specific size, around maybe 1 to 2 millimeter size. And we applied acid treatment. And this acid treatment we can use different types of acids. So we have tried acetic acid, sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid, or maybe phosphoric acid, but we have tried using diluted acid and under relatively mild conditions. That is, we did not go over 100 centigrade degrees because we wanted to use lower amounts of energy, so reduce the energy use in the process. So after this acid pretreatment, we removed the lignin. So we have broken down the lignin molecules, giving access to the polysaccharides that were inside or covered by these lignin molecules. And this saccharification or hydrolysis process was done using enzymes. So we performed an enzymatic saccharification using commercial enzymes that are available in the market. During this process, it was released simple sugar monomers. And obviously, it's not only glucose that is released. we produce xylose, arabinols, and many other 5-carbon sugars. And probably we have also produced some other byproducts that can hinder the fermentation. Nevertheless, we focused on the fermentation of Saccharomyces cerevisiae, that is the conventional yeast that is used for fermentation, and we produced ethanol that could then be recovered and through distillation. So we have demonstrated the technical feasibility of producing bioethanol from this kind of biowaste that would pose otherwise a problem, an environmental problem, and would not allow to recover any kind of resources or products or value. So we extended a bit the life cycle of the plants because we have valorized them. So this was one part. Sorry, I think, yes. Okay, so this is interesting, but as I told you, this is not the only thing that we can do. So one other thing that we did, and I was looking for the slide, it seems I didn't save the slide, so it's not here, but as I have shown you before, I can go back. When producing, biodiesel, it seems I cannot go back. Okay, so when you produce biodiesel, or when you want to produce biodiesel, you start with the plant's cultivation. You produce the plant, then the plant is separated in different parts, including the seeds that are the oily part, and the oil must be extracted. For that purpose, we use a solvent. So if you want to use that oil, then it must be purified, and finally it can be transesterified by combining it with an alcohol that could be methanol or ethanol. In our case, we tried it with ethanol produced from the previous step, and finally we get biodiesel that, well, it must be purified, it must be separated from the side product that is glycerin. So the problem is that we have demonstrated that we could produce biodiesel from this oil produced from some sunflower seeds from soil phytoremediation, but we wanted to assess the environmental impacts and compare them with the environmental impacts corresponding to the biodiesel produced from the sunflower plants produced in non-contaminated land. So we have performed a life cycle assessment study, and I'm showing you what we included in this life cycle assessment study. So the fact is that if you want to perform an impact assessment, you have to choose the impact categories that you are going to assess. There are many impact categories, and in our case, we decided to choose all these that are in the slide that are really important towards the environment and climate change linked. So this includes climate change, ozone depletion, photochemical ozone formation, acidification, freshwater ecotoxicity, and so on. When we plant, or when we cultivated the plants absorb carbon. As you know, through photosynthesis, the plants absorb CO2 and they convert it into biomass. So this means that by capturing carbon during the cultivation cycle, we can mitigate carbon emissions. And I wouldn't say close the cycle of carbon, because we will probably be using energy and products that are not carbon zero, are derived from fossil materials, but this can contribute to decrease the overall CO2 emissions. So this carbon results from the photosynthesis, and the capture, the CO2 is captured from the atmosphere and used for the vital functions of the plant, and simultaneously it will be released oxygen, which is good for the environment. So the captured carbon means the amount of CO2 over the amount of oil that is produced. That was the indicator that we have defined. Then, after performing the environmental impact assessment, so we had to collect all this data that was required, and we based our study in the lab scale results, which poses huge problems, because when you scale up data from lab scale, sometimes you are increasing hugely the value of those parts. So the fact is that we had to handle this and discuss the problem. So in the slide, you can see the comparison of the impacts that we have reached while producing biodiesel from contaminated, from plants cultivated in contaminated soil and produced in non-contaminated soil that was our control. As you see, the impacts are maybe twice or more than twice those from non-contaminated site. And this is due to lower yield in plants, lower yield in oil, and generically to the lower yield by land food area that was used to produce the plants. This is expected because, as we know, the plants have to fight this contamination of soil to grow. So they don't grow as fast as they would go in non-contaminated soil. However, we are producing biofuel, and this biofuel is something that is viable. So in this project, we demonstrated the concept of integrated soil phytoremediation and waste biomass valorization. Contaminants were removed from soil by biomass that then was converted to liquid and gaseous biofuel. The removal of contaminants from soil was not so big as we would want. Obviously, we knew that this is not fast. It would take maybe more than 50 years to recover the land site for agricultural purposes. Nevertheless, this was important. This means that we can combine soil phytoremediation with production of biofuels. I have shown you a little bit of bioethanol production, a little bit of biodiesel, not the biogas. And the effects of contaminants on yield of biofuels is beneficial for bioethanol and prejudicial for biodiesel. That means that when we produced bioethanol using these plants, the yield in ethanol was higher from the plants produced in the contaminated site than in the plants in the control site. Why? Because those plants produce more cellulose and hemicelluloses than the plants grown in the conventional normal soil, non-contaminated soil. And this is also important. So the environmental performance of the processes was studied, and we demonstrated that higher impacts for biodiesel from contaminated soil bio-waste were produced. We also performed a life cycle assessment for bioethanol and for biogas, which I have not shown here because I just want to show you a little bit of what needs to be done. The final thing is that we did not demonstrate the economic viability, and this must also be demonstrated because if you want to implement a process, you need to handle all these three aspects. So another project, I think I still have maybe 5 minutes, and I will present you 2 other projects that we have been involved. This is the ProEmibil project that allowed us to valorize sugarcane bagasse with residual microalgae biomass that is high in nutrient content, and we aim to produce bioethanol while recovering high-value products from microalgae. And this is why we have used the residual microalgae biomass. So in this project, we optimized the acid pretreatment of sugarcane biomass to obtain hemicellulosic hydrolysate rich in fermentable sugar by using different acids. And then the sugar cane bagasse that we obtained, that was delignified first, was saccharified by enzymatic hydrolysis, and for that purpose we immobilized 2 different enzymes so that they could perform the enzymatic hydrolysis of cellulose and also of hemicelluloses to produce those 5 and 6 carbon sugars. And then it is not shown here, but then we used this hydrolysate to produce bioethanol by using not Saccharomyces cerevisiae, but specific yeasts that allowed us to ferment the 5 carbon sugars to ethanol, which was an important step, because in this way we could produce a much higher amount of bioethanol. And during this process, we wanted to reduce the amount of inhibitors that were producing during the step. So there are some byproducts. And we also demonstrated that the amount of these byproducts that can hinder fermentation was not significant. So we optimized the process towards that direction, and we achieved a very interesting yield in ethanol from this biomass. Well, other ways of valorizing bio-wastes, such as the forest wastes, is through the production of bioadhesives. And in this project that I'm showing, and it was developed by some colleagues of mine in my research group, they wanted to develop bioadhesives based on starch, lignin, and tannin, and the functionalization of amino resins with natural compounds, and finally develop bioadhesives as binders for technical cork stoppers. This project was one of the projects that gained much attention in our research lab, because it allowed to replace some fossil-derived adhesives with biodegradable, or I wouldn't say biodegradable, I don't like to say that. So I prefer to say renewable or biological nature adhesives. And well, I think I'm going to the end. The final slide, or one of the final slides that I'm showing you, is about the spent coffee grounds-based biorefinery. So as I told you before, spent coffee grounds is a lignocellulosic material, but it contains a huge amount of compounds that are of interest. So if you think of a biorefinery, you go stepwise from the most interesting to and valuable to least valuable materials, and this biorefinery would allow us to recover tannin, interesting product, to produce some pharmaceutical, nutraceutical, and that could be used in several industries. You can extract antioxidants, we can extract polyphenols, and many other interesting materials. But the other part of the biorefinery, the refinery, would mean using these extracted spent coffee grounds with only water to use the extraction, the solvent extraction, to recover oil and fat. This oil and fat can be used in the biodiesel or green diesel industry. In this case, I have shown you only the biodiesel, the transesterification, but another approach would be liquefaction or hydrogenation of this fat and oil, and then you still have the leftovers after the extraction, the solvent extraction. And this cake can have different applications. It can be just dried and we can form pellets for production of it directly, or we can have this material hydrolyze and ferment the sugars to produce ethanol. Still, in the end, we can have sludge that can be used for composting or for anaerobic digestion. So this is a very big process, a very big project, and this could have a huge impact because in Europe and in Portugal, we consume a huge amount of coffee, and these spent coffee grounds are most of the times thrown to the garbage, to the commingled waste, and they are not valorized at all. So to conclude, I would say that it's needed to change the behavior in what concerns waste management and how to do that faster. Well, that is not one single solution. As you have seen, there are many solutions, a combination of bio-waste to energy, other thermal liquefaction systems, emissions control and abatement through the use of plants for remediation of soil, through the use of wastewater flows to produce microalgae, bio-waste to produce other feedstock for biofuels. And then this drives us to one important thing, that is the energy storage systems. As you know, biogas, syngas, hydrogen are fuels that store energy, and they can be used when they are needed. And this is the advantage against electric energy. If you don't use the energy and you don't have a battery in the end of the line to store the surplus energy, it will be lost. So this is why this kind of biofuels is still important to be produced. Nevertheless, bio-waste can be converted to high-value products, and this is also important. And as this will allow us to make these biorefineries more technical, more economically feasible, and more environmental friendly. So there is a huge amount of reference that you could consult. If you want, then I can provide you this presentation. And well, it's now time to thank you your attention, and I'm available for all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Interestingly, one thing I noted was in your 13th or 14th slide, you mentioned that you've tested two crops, sunflower
Yes.
and cotton. And what is interesting is in India, cotton seeds are also used for edible oil.
Yes. Yes. They are used for edible oil, but as I said, you cannot use these if they are produced on contaminated land with on land contaminated with heavy metals. That is the case. So the same plant can be cultivated, and these specific plants, because other plants, if cultivated in heavy metal contaminated soil, will not grow at all. So these plants are used for food purposes conventionally, but if the soil is contaminated with heavy metals, they cannot be used for that purposes. So you have or started remediating the soil, but still you are not able to use that material for food purposes. So you need to find a solution for these materials considered the waste. So the way to do it, we have demonstrated in this project, is we can convert it into biofuels, and we have demonstrated that, and this is also important, that the biofuels that we have produced are not contaminated with these heavy metals. We have demonstrated which parts of the plant contain the biggest amount of heavy metals. They removed from the soil, it was accumulated in the plants. But then, after producing the biofuel, we have analyzed it, and we have demonstrated that it did not contain these heavy metals in amounts that were significantly higher than those that we could find in the biofuel produced from non-contaminated soil. Thank you,
ma'am.
Hi, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for such a nice presentation. I have two questions, ma'am.
Yes,
One
please.
is, how can we improve the biofuel production, ma'am? Specifically, in which biomaterial are used as a major substrate for biofuel production, ma'am?
Sorry, can you repeat? I missed something.
Actually, how can we improve the biofuel production? Specifically, in which bio waste material are used as a major substrate for biofuel production?
Well, if you know what kind of bio waste that you have used, so this is the first step. Understand what is the composition of your bio wastes. And once you know the composition of your bio waste, then you can choose the best way to convert this bio waste into biofuel. So if you have a bio waste that is rich in oil, you need to characterize that oil to know what is composition. For instance, if the oil is too acidic, that is, it contains too much free fatty acids, you cannot implement directly the transesterification. You need first to apply an esterification step, and after removing these free fatty acids, converting them into biofuel, you use the non-acidic fraction of the oil, and then you transesterify the oil. So this means that the process is a bit more complicated. If you analyze the composition of this fatty acid, and you come to the oil or fat, and you come to the conclusion that it is not suitable for transesterification, you could use a different approach, that is, you can hydrogenate it. It's a more complex process, but it can yield a fuel, green diesel, that is also valuable and comparable to the biodiesel. It's not the same composition, and can also be used instead of the fossil diesel. So the idea is that, first of all, you need to characterize the waste source that you have, and after then you decide what you are going to do. For instance, with that spent coffee grounds, when we characterized the spent coffee grounds, we came to the conclusion that we have an important amount of oil and fat that could be transesterified. Sometimes it is a bit acidic, so this means that we need to perform first an esterification step, or you will be producing a biodiesel that is not so good. Then you need to purify it in the end. But it also contains cellulose and hemicellulose. So why not combine it? And after extraction of the oil, take the extracted spent coffee grounds and still perform that production of bioethanol. So it is really important to know what you have, and once you know what you have, analyze the different options. And obviously you cannot take a decision without first trying it, and that's what research does. We go to the lab and we can do it at different levels. We can do it with master students, we can do it with PhD students, or we can do it with postdoctoral researchers in different levels. We can do it in a lab scale, very small, in a lab pilot scale, or you can go then to a pilot industrial scale, and finally you scale up to the industrial scale. So this takes time. This requires that you analyze technical feasibility first in the lab, then the economic feasibility. When you scale it a little bit, then you can analyze the economic viability. And in the process, don't forget to analyze the environmental impacts that you are causing. So is it better or worse than doing nothing? That is important, okay? And compare the alternatives. Okay, so there is one question about the microorganisms. Better for users digester, bacteria or fungi? For anaerobic digestion, you use bacteria. It's a consortium of bacteria, usually, that fungi can be used as a pre-treatment. Usually, if you use fungi, you use it as a pre-treatment to remove the lignin. It's one way of addressing the problem of lignin removal. It may be a slower process, but allows us reduce the amount of chemicals that you use in the process. And some specific fungi are very interesting, and they can allow us also maybe convert these fungi. Nowadays, fungi and other microbes are being used as what we call single cell oil microorganisms, so they can store high amounts of oils that can be used then to produce biodiesel again. So you see, we are going, it seems that we are driving to our research towards the production of biodiesel that can be produced from many feedstock, and waste material is on the basis of this whole process.
Thank you,
Yes,
ma'am.
I don't know if there is one more question. Yes?
Yes, ma'am. Based on the Indian weather condition, please suggest
Yes.
at least 5 different plants that are involved in the rabbit phytoremediation process, ma'am.
In the
Indian weather condition. Based on the Indian weather condition,
yes,
please suggest at least 3 to 5 plants that are involved in the rabbit phytoremediation process.
Rabbit?
Yes, that means fast.
Plants in your that can be used. I'm not well aware, and I understand that the Indian conditions are quite diverse depending on the part of the country, because it's a very huge country. So you can use these plants like corn and sunflower, obviously, but I think that you could use also other plants depending on what you want to remediate. If you, instead of the soil, you want to remediate water, for instance, you could use some aquatic microalgae, native microalgae that are grown, for instance, in mangrove to remediate the water and even the quality of the soil, for instance.
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
don't know if this is one way, but I'm not sure if it will be exactly what can be done. I don't know if there is one more question, maybe.
Yes, the last question. One more question from participants.
Yes. Yes.
What combination of microbes were used in this study?
Okay, so, well, I can't remember the names of all the microbes that we have used. In the reference, I think I have cited one of our last papers about soil phytoremediation, and it includes the microbes that were used. So for soil phytoremediation, with plants, we used bacteria, a combination of bacteria and fungi, because they all together increase the absorption capability of the roots of those plants, of the metals by the roots of the plants. And this is one combination that we have used. I don't know exactly the names, but yes, you can find them in the slides. I can share it with you. And for the bioethanol production, for the fermentation of the 5 carbon sugars, we use Cluverovices and also Piscia stiptitis. The names are a little bit odd. I don't know if this is what you wanted to know. Yes? Have I answered your questions? So, thank you.
Agree with you, ma'am. The biggest and the first. Agree with you, ma'am. The biggest and the first hurdle in waste management in commingled waste production, lack of social awareness regarding segregation. Dr. Parthiba Obisami sir from Baptist University, Hong Kong, China, spoke for the first sectoral section. He has given his regards to both of you, Dr. Helen and Dr. Nedia. Also, she has conveyed that she is unable to be presented for your session due to the time difference, has it in past midnight for you. Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation on biofuel from the waste. I hope many of my friends received a lot of information from your talk. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your attention and for your invitation. I hope to have been up to your expectations. Feel free to contact. And I'm not sure if I had left, maybe in my first slide there was the email, but then you have my email if someone wants to contact me. I didn't put my email. I forgot it. So if someone wants to contact me, you can just give them my email, and you can. Here it is, and you can contact me. Here it is, the email. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your invitation. It was a pleasure.
Thank you to all the participants also who have attended, and hope so we all will be joining together tomorrow also for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, sir. Well, sir, இருக்கிறீங்களா?
இருக்கோம் சார்.
நாளைக்கு என்ன ப்ரோக்ராம்ங்கறத சொல்லிட்டு வைண்ட் அப் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. Thank you.
ஓகே சார். இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிட்டாங்க சார் மேம். நாளைக்கு எல்லாமே டைரக்ட்.
ஒன்ஸ் அகைன் சொல்லிருங்க. Thank you.
ஓகே சார்.
Tomorrow we will begin the session at 9:30 a.m. at Visvesvaraya Hall for offline participants, and for the online participants, YouTube link, live link will be shared as we did today. Thank you so much.